I'm an English lad who used to be well into camping when I was a teen. Me and some buds used to go onto the moors whenever we got the chance, and we just pile into Chegger's car on a Friday night and F off into the middle of nowhere with some tents and some bevies, some disposable barbecues, and more meat than we knew what to do with. We got into camping and orienteering when we did the Duke of Edinburgh stuff in school, which is basically a series of challenges relating to wilderness survival and community stuff. One of our mates, Milo, had gotten so into it that he'd effed off to join the army, but the rest of us just kept the tradition up during holidays from uni. We weren't all sporty guys or anything like that. Well, some of us weren't. Powell was, and he was a proper mad rugby lad doing a sports science degree. But then there was Cheggers, who was teased for being a proper nerd because he'd studied engineering, even though he was the one with a decent car and the de facto leader of the group. And then there was Brody, Sammy, and me studying physics, English lit, and drama respectively. Yeah, I'm a theater kid, I'll admit it. I was a bit of a rowdy twat back then too, though, so were all of us. We were well aware of it, and we wanted to be seen as polite, sensitive boys. That's why we liked to go out in the absolute middle of nowhere, and all the mud and cow crap and English pea souper mornings, and just let loose. That's what we always did. It's what we got up to on our first night that summer, and what we planned to do for the next 6 nights when we were all back in town for our second-year summer break. So imagine our surprise when we all woke up with stinking hangovers that one Saturday morning, rolled out of our respective tents, and were faced with an old hippie-looking couple pitching their tent in the adjacent clearing to ours. We'd found this isolated forest a year ago and had come here a few times since. We'd made a semi-permanent fire pit out of bricks, and there had never been any indication that anyone else had used it besides us. Quickly sobering up and warning Powell to behave nicely, we strolled over to the older couple to introduce ourselves and ask if they wanted any help setting up. Most of us were pretentious little scroats back then and considered ourselves very world-wise and cultured, so we quite liked the idea of camping next to an old hippie couple who probably had good stories to tell and hopefully some weed if we were lucky. You could smell that they smoked, though. The lady looked to be in her 60s. She was thin, gaunt, really, with frizzy hair and a kind of manic smile. She had these huge, thick glasses that made her eyes look almost comical, and I immediately found her adorable. The guy was big, built like a brick outhouse, and he had the biggest, bushiest beard I'd ever seen in my life. He wore that old green army jacket that every young guy in the UK seemed to own in the 2000s, but he was much older, and the jacket didn't fit him well. He also wore this fascinating weird hat that was covered in badges, pins, fishing flies, all manner of stuff really, and it was like a punk school backpack but on his head, and it was the hat that first jogged my memory. "Hey, are you Mr. Hamrodden?" I blurted out after some small talk. "Used to be an art teacher." He said he was. He smoothed the beard down and I could see it. When he taught me art in secondary school, he'd been completely clean-shaven. He'd been my favorite art teacher in years 7, 8, 9, and 10. But then he'd left the school halfway through my GCSE years, and I never knew why. It kind of sucked because the new art teacher we got after him was a battle axe who had very strong, strict opinions about what art had to be, and I was glad to ditch her for my A-level art course. Cheggers and Sammy had been in my art class in years 7 to 9 as well, so they were made up to recognize Mr. Hanrodden. Not his actual name, by the way, just very similar. You can probably guess it, but I don't want to get sued. Now, Brody vaguely remembered him too, even though he'd never had classes with Hanrodden. I looked around for Powell, but saw that he went off into the woods and was disappearing among the trees. Hanrodden introduced the woman that he was with as his partner, Sainsbury's. This is actually what she called herself, like the supermarket. No idea if it was her real name. They had some Sainsbury's bags with them, so I always figured that they'd just taken the name from that. I just didn't see how it could matter at the time, and I thought they were trying to be funny. You don't really suspect that old people are up to no good, especially old beloved teachers. Utterly dumb, I guess, but hey, I'll happily admit to being an idiot when I was a teen in the 2000s. We helped Hamrodden and Sainsbury set up their tent. They told us that they'd parked in the same car park that we were in and that they'd seen Chegger's car. We asked them how they knew about our little hidden forest spot and whether they had been here before. They said they had, many times, and had made use of our fire pit, which they were grateful for. Like I said, we'd never seen any indication that anyone had used it, but it's not like we went over it with Batman Arkham Asylum detective vision. We shared some lunch with a couple, then went our separate ways to go on a hike. Powell was nowhere to be seen, which wasn't super unusual. He'd sometimes go off hiking by himself. And looking at it now, I think Powell is neurodivergent in some way, because he needs these periods of alone time every now and then, and when we were kids, he'd often just disappear without telling anyone. Needless to say, we don't think anything of it when we didn't see Powell all afternoon. He wasn't back at the tent when we returned from the hike either, but Hanrodden and Sainsbury were, and we ended up hanging out with them all night, listening to music on Brody's battery-powered stereo, drinking some beers, and then frying up some steaks on the camp stove. Hanrodden regaled us all with stories about his time as a teacher, his time as a hippie in the swinging 60s, and his time in the army of all things, and then his recent life as a touring camper with his girlfriend. Sainsbury kept relatively quiet, chipping in every now and then about her vegan lifestyle, joking about the meat we were eating and stuff, although not in a judgy, unpleasant way. Hanrodden chowed down on some steak, and I noticed that they didn't contribute any food or drink all night, but I still had hope that they'd share the weed that I knew they had. And as the sun was setting, Hanrodden brought out a selection of baggies from his pocket. Brody and Sam had passed out drunk by this point and crawled into their tents. Powell still wasn't back, and I was beginning to get a little concerned. Chegger said it was fine, though. He even had a mobile phone reception, so he managed to fire off a few texts to Powell. And there was nothing to do but wait, so I turned my attention back to my old art teacher. I'd expected him to have some weed, and he did, but there was more than that. A strip of what looked to be LSD tabs, a bag of pills, and a huge bag of mushrooms. Hanrodden claimed that they'd picked the mushrooms that afternoon on their hike, but that obviously wasn't true. They'd been meticulously dried out and packaged, and I knew from experience that drying out magic mushrooms of any kind takes ages. Cheggers was down for a joint, but he really had to persuade Hanrodden to share. It was like they didn't want to waste anything on him. On the other hand, both Hanrodden and Sainsbury were really keen to get me to drop a tab of acid. When I absolutely point-blank refused, they offered me a pill. I'd always imagined pills to be the go-to drug for ravers and 20-somethings on lads' holidays, not aging hippies in their 60s. Probably prejudice, but hey. Either way, I wasn't buying what they were selling, no matter how much they insisted it was free, no strings attached. I smoked part of a joint, just so I could let Cheggers have some, then they started to go on about mushroom tea. I didn't really have any say in the matter, I guess. They were already boiling up the water in our kettle over our camp stove, and chucked a whole handful of the mushrooms in. I asked if they were sure the shrooms were safe, and I remember even though the haze of a pot and beer, I felt a very sobering chill when Hanrodden waved my question away and vaguely said, "I guess so." After they brewed the tea, Chegger snatched up a cup before the couple could protest and downed it. I didn't think he'd ever done shrooms before, so I was a little worried. And sure enough, he very quickly stood up and began to wander around the woods. I get a nagging panic in the back of my mind that I needed to take care of my friends. Cheggers was stumbling around hallucinating gnomes, and Sammy and Brody were passed out, and Powell was God knows where. Unfortunately, I was forced to primarily focus on myself. Hanrodden and Sainsbury were trying to force a huge mug of mushroom tea onto me in between more attempts to get me to drop a tab. It was all getting a bit much for me, and I felt the fear build up in my chest. I was pretty stoned and regretting my decisions immensely. The cold chill of paranoia gripped the back of my head, and I started puking into a pile of leaves. Sainsbury came over to me and put her thin arm around my shoulder. She led me back to the campfire and Hanrodden held up a cup to my lips and tried to feed me that mushroom tea. I pretended to drink, closing my mouth to the lid, then smacking my lips like it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. Puking had caused me to start sobering up. Cheggers was frolicking through the trees, trying to catch a gnome or a fairy or some such thing that he was yelling about. My vision was blurred and confused, and panic was starting to grip me. I felt Sainsbury rubbing my shoulders, and then Mr. Hanrodden doing the same. He was talking about a commune in the 60s or something, free love and nudism. He asked me if I wanted to take my clothes off, and I said no. And both their hands were all over me, prodding and poking and groping. They tried to put a pill in my mouth and I spat it out, shouting at them. Nearby, Cheggers lets out some whoop of joy and then collapsed into a heap on the forest floor. And to this day, I have no idea how much of what I saw was panic and how much was a skunk-induced hallucination. The weed I'd smoke had to be laced with something. There's no way that the residue of the mushroom tea against my lips would have caused any hallucinations. I don't think. Hanrodden took on the appearance of the devil, a demonic face glaring from his huge beard. Sainsbury was a crowing harpy, and the forest around us was filled with laughing, shadowy figures, and Hanrodden was telling me that everything would be better if I just gave in and took my clothes off with him. Then he started doing things to himself. Even as a 19-year-old, it made me sick to see an adult old man doing that toward me, and I began to scramble away, blinking frantically to clear my mind of the fog and confusion they'd forced on me with the drugs and booze. And then I heard it, a visceral, furious bellow from the forest. For a moment I thought it was Bigfoot, or a werewolf, or a mountain man, and then my mind cleared, and I saw my mate Pal charging through the trees, swinging a great big stick as he ran. He hooted at Hanrodden, telling him to get off me and leave me alone. Then he swung the huge branch he held and crushed Hanrodden's tent in one smash. That guy was scrambling away from Pal, dragging Sainsbury with him. Pal ran to me and held a can of Coke to my lips. He had me drink and then slapped my cheeks gently. The sugar and the shock helped me sober up a bit more, and I joined Pal in screaming at that old art teacher, who was struggling to pull up his pants as he scrambled along the forest floor. Pal advanced on the elderly couple, swinging his tree branch, and I watched them exchange words. Pal grabbed Hanrodden by the collar and shook him, shouting and spitting into the old man's face. I could vaguely understand why, but everything still seemed like a chaotic nightmare. My head was spinning, my heart was pounding, and I watched as Pal escorted Hanrodden and Sainsbury into the trees and away. And slowly, I passed out. I woke up in the tent as the sun was rising, and crawling out I came face to face with two very hungover friends, Sammy and Brody. Pal was there too, fresh-faced and rested. He hadn't taken anything the night before, so for once in our lives, Pal was actually the designated sober guy. And he explained that he had chased off those weirdos and made sure that they'd gotten into their car and left. At first I freaked out, forgetting the events of the night and thinking Pal had forced them to drive drunk and stoned. But then things came back to me. It also struck me that not once had I actually seen Hanrodden himself smoke or drink, and it seemed like he'd just been intent on me getting absolutely messed up. Eventually, Cheggers got up too, and after being sick as a dog in the woods, we all had some coffee and a long chat. And Pal told us everything. After we recognized that art teacher, he'd stalked off because years ago, in year 7, he had a horrific experience with the teacher and never told anyone. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, Pal said, and he wouldn't give us any real details, but here's what happened. Pal had been a slow developer and had special classes in years 7 and 8 for kids who were behind. For some reason, this involved a weekend trip to a farm, and Hanrodden was one of the other teachers chaperoning it. According to Pal, that guy had walked in on him in the showers every single night on the trip and continued to make creepy remarks to him after they'd returned to school. Pal said that he didn't think it was enough to tell anyone about it, which we sort of chastised him for that, but when he realized that the old guy we met was Hanrodden, he saw red and had to go for a hike to cool off. He also said that he couldn't prove this, but he'd heard that that guy had left our school when he did because there had been some other accusations aimed at him regarding his behavior towards some of the kids. I have since looked into this and verified that this is in fact likely true, although nothing was ever proven in court. I'd love to name and shame this guy. He's still alive even today from what I can gather, albeit an ancient man. And I hope he suffers crippling arthritis every day. What a creep. I never could actually uncover who Sainsbury was or what her story was, and I was a little miffed at Pal for leaving us with a guy he suspected of being dangerous. But we were all grown adults, even if only just, and Pal was the only one who eventually came and saved us all after all. But yeah, that's the story of how my former art teacher drugged and groomed me. Kinda put a damper on the camping trips, and I can't help but wish that Pal had cracked that dirty old man a proper one with his tree branch. It's truly what he deserved. So in the early 2010s, my buddy and I, my buddy being Sean, used to go camping in the Sierra Nevada. We'd usually pitch up a tent somewhere near Mount Whitney or go hiking around Lake Tahoe, but we went all over the area. We were both native Californians, and our beloved mountain range was our absolute favorite place to spend time when we needed a break from the rat race. One time, we settled on a spot we'd never explored before. It was a fairly remote site off the beaten track, and we couldn't find any evidence that it had ever been camped at. Exactly the kind of spot Sean and I'd like to check out and document. I was a bit of a journaling nerd, and at the time I think I was using LiveJournal or Tumblr to post sincere, intensely purple travel and nature writing. Now, I wish I still had an archive of most of it. It was incredibly abominable, but I had so much fun doing it, and that's the main thing. Sean was more of a photographer, and he still is, and basically spent most of our trips with a camera glued to his eye. Never ever suggest to that man that he use a cell phone for photography, though. You'll get a rant about how it's sacrilegious to use a camera thinner than a DVD case. Me, I'm happy to snap pics with my Samsung. And back then I wrote everything down in notebooks, and Sean would capture it on his Nikon or whatever expensive piece of equipment he was using at the time. He'd been entering some online photography competitions, which is why he was stoked when he found this pristine camping spot that none of the Sierra Nevada forums we'd frequented had ever mentioned. We set up a tent and spent the night beside a bunch of trees, and we cooked up some burgers on our little stove there and then settled in for the night. And everything passed without incident, and we awoke refreshed the next day, ready to explore the area. The area where we camped was segmented by a small river. We followed the water upstream through the outcrops to the base of a small mountain. Sean paused to photograph what he insisted was a golden eagle flying overhead, and a bit later we spied a mountain lion prowling across some rocks, thankfully in the far distance on a different mountain. Now eventually we broke for lunch in the shade of a cliff face. I scrawled some notes in my journal while Sean snapped some more pics, and he disappeared behind some rocks, and then I heard him calling to me pretty excitedly. Now stopping my writing, I headed over. Sean had found a cave. Something about the gaping dark opening in the rock gave me the creeps though, and I suggested that maybe we should move on. The area is home to some black bears and various other things like mountain lions obviously, and this could have easily have been their lair. Sean said that he wanted to get a few photographs of the cavern entrance, and we were both armed and had bear spray and all that good stuff, so it didn't seem too risky. We stepped into the opening, and almost immediately we were swallowed by the darkness. It was eerie. It felt like we'd stepped into liquid shadows. Behind us, the sun beat down, but inside the cave, it was pitch black. I snapped my flashlight on, warning Sean not to take any flash photography just in case it startled anything that might be lurking in the cave. The cavern seemed to descend deep into the rock. I stepped forward, curiosity getting the better of me, and something crunched under my foot. I looked down. It was some kind of bone, the leg of a deer or cow or something. I felt Sean's hand grab my arm, and he whispered something and nudged my flashlight upward. There was movement deep in the cave, and I tensed, trying to decide if I should reach for my gun when Sean spoke again. "It's a person," he said. A shadow darted across the beam of the flashlight. It did look like someone was up ahead. A humanoid shadow flashed across the wall for a split second, and I was sure that I saw some pale flesh in the beam. I called out. "Hello?" My voice echoed through the dark cave. Sean was whispering that we should hightail it out of there, and I knew he was right, but the explorer in me was winning out. I was curious. There are all sorts of rumors about mountain folk living in the Sierra Nevada. My uncle used to tell one story about a family that he'd known that were so poor that they lost their house to the bank and had to go live in a cave. He told it to me as a cautionary tale, a reason to be thankful for what I had, but I'd always found something romantic and fascinating about the idea of impoverished folk living in a cave in the mountains. I dreamed of it as a kid, and now there was a chance that I could meet someone who actually lived here. It was fascinating. Then Sean brought me crashing back to Earth with, "Dude, don't be a moron," and began dragging me forcefully by the arm out of the hole in the rock. I called out one last time. "Hello?" "Get!" echoed back. "Get gone!" Then a string of curse words I won't force you to read for your YouTube monetization reasons. It certainly didn't sound like some feral mountain man. In fact, it sounded very much like the junkies I'd seen panhandling on the Strip or on any low-income street you'd care to walk down. And at that moment, my illusion was shattered. We ran out of the cave, tails between our legs, and decided that was enough exploration for one day. Time to head back to our tent. And by the time we did, it was mid-afternoon, and I was looking forward to kicking back and getting some writing done. Nothing doing, though, because when we reached the tent, we were met with a completely terrifying sight. Our tent was covered in blood. At least that's how it looked at first in our momentary freak-out panic. We've been talking about mountain men and cave-dwelling junkies for the entire walk back, so I'm not surprised that we jumped to conclusions. But when your tent is covered in red liquid, what do you assume? Now, up close, it was much clearer that it was some type of paint. Someone had tossed a can of red paint all over the outside of our tent. Thankfully, we hadn't left anything important behind, but the tent itself was clearly ruined. More paint had been splashed into the interior, soiling the sleeping bags too, and there was even the word "leave" having been written in paint across the canvas. And at that moment, of course, we did. It was a couple of hours' hike to the car, and we had no shelter and nowhere to sleep, so there was nothing to do but drive to the nearest town and get a motel for the night. We hung out in a bar just down from the motel and got talking to the bartender. We told him about our close encounter with that feral mountain man, and he just laughed. Apparently that area was home to a gang of meth cooks, and their junkie clients would often camp out or hang around the mountainside. He said it was surprisingly only bumped into one of them. There's normally a few trailers dotted around that area, meth heads letting off guns and all sorts of stuff. I still don't know to this day if he was actually screwing with us, but he seemed amused and surprised that we'd escaped that encounter intact. According to him, there was a shooting around there almost every week. Sean and I decided not to go camping off that beaten path after that. We still went exploring for many years after, but we stuck to places that weren't home to murderous meth addicts or feral cave dwellers. About 6 years ago now, I was dating a girl who I'll just call Julia. I'd been with her for about 8 months when the story took place. We had, so I thought, a pretty normal, happy, healthy relationship. We did all the things a young couple does. We lived and worked in the same town, we met on OkCupid, and we had a few dates and then got serious. After 8 months, we hadn't moved in together, although I'd been thinking of asking her. Julia always talked about how she liked her independence, though, and I didn't want to make the mistake I'd made in my last relationship of coming on too strong or moving too fast. Instead of living together, we would take regular vacations together. They were usually long weekend getaways, either to visit my folks or shopping trips. One time, we did a tour of a few theme parks over the course of some weekends, and it was great, and we became the couple that vacationed together. I thought everything was going perfectly. Like I said, I was thinking of asking her to move in, and maybe down the line popping the question. To my knowledge, our relationship was solid as a mountain. And I'm sure that since I'm saying all of this, you've already worked out that it wasn't. Instead, it became a source of crushing fear for me in a way that I could have never have predicted. We'd never been camping before. We didn't want to have to spend too long on the road, so the nearby state of Rhode Island seemed like a perfect destination. It has a number of fantastic campgrounds, and we picked the one that looked the most appealing. Something not too isolated, but not too busy either, and fairly near the coast where we planned to spend the second half of our 2-week vacation in an Airbnb. It was early fall, and Rhode Island is stunning at that time of the year. The drive down took maybe 8 hours, including a couple of stops, and as we passed into the forested countryside in the heart of New England, Julia couldn't stop talking about the natural beauty around us. And in that moment, my heart swelled with love and excitement at spending 2 weeks in beautiful Charleston with Julia. The campsite was beautiful. We picked a quiet time to come, so there weren't that many other campers around, and our spot was gloriously isolated, tucked away on the very outskirts of the camping area with a forest right next to our site, and a beautiful little pond twinkling in the afternoon sun just a short distance away. I think I remember using the words idyllic to Julia in a very breathless voice. It was pretty cringe looking back, not because I was wowed by nature, but, well, you'll see. The first night went by fast and wonderfully. We cooked up some wieners over the campfire, spent some quality time in the tent, and then went for a late-night hike through the forest and grounds, ending beside the pond where we sat and took in the moonlight off the water. And I just sat with my arm around my girlfriend, and I genuinely thought that life was perfect. The next morning, I realized that I couldn't have been more wrong. I woke up to the sound of Julia yelling. Even at the time, I remember getting this weird feeling about it, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I scrambled to pull some clothes on and then dashed out into the clearing. Our stuff was trashed, and it looked like this rampaging group of hogs had just come crashing through the campsite, although there was no way that could be the case. I wasn't the heaviest sleeper, and I hadn't woken up until Julia screamed. And I looked around in dismay. Our cooler of food, which we'd left sealed in the car, was completely smashed everywhere. There are only a small number of black bears in Rhode Island, and none remotely close to this family commercial campsite. Burgers, sausages, mac and cheese, and all sorts of stuff lay scattered about the camp, like some kind of high school food fight gone wrong. A case of beers had been punctured and thrown around the grounds, and the whole place just stank of that old yeasty alcohol. And then it struck me that if the cooler from the car was smashed, that meant... And then I turned up to look. And of course, the back windshield of the car was smashed, and that's seemingly how they'd gotten the cooler out. Not only that, my beautiful new BMW had these terrible gouges and scratches in the paintwork on one side, and I literally almost wept when I saw that. Honestly, that car was my baby. Julia was yelling frantically. She told me they'd smashed our phones and gestured to a pile of shattered glass and electronics at the base of a large tree. And she was right. Both my phone and hers were completely destroyed. Something about this piqued my curiosity, though, but I was too shocked and dismayed at the whole scenario to really think much about it. There was just this nagging, unpleasant feeling about the phones. Finally, Julia pointed to the forest nearby where some of her clothes, which had been in a case in the car, were thrown over the bushes. In particular, A few of her underwear were on prominent display. Julia immediately and forcefully began telling me her theory about what had happened. A group of guys, probably frat bros, had come rampaging through our camp at night, drunk out of their minds. They'd decided to screw with us and terrify us, and Julia had, she insisted, seen the group of frat bros camping on the other side of the campsite when we'd first arrived the day before. I asked if she'd actually seen them invade our camp, and she was very cagey about this, said that she thought so, but it was dark and she couldn't be sure. I let it drop for now and then began cleaning up the campsite. Julia helped. As we tossed the food and retrieved her clothes, I said that it was a bummer our camping trip had been cut short, and Julia shocked me then by looking horrified, grabbing my hands, and begging if we could stay. I questioned this. Why on earth would we stay when our things had just been trashed, the car had been vandalized, and worse, these people could still be at the campsite? Now, we called the cops, of course, and a ranger came to see us a few hours later. He said there really wasn't much that could be done, apparently, which seemed like bullcrap to me, and he promised to ask around the camp anyway and told us to keep an eye out to be safe. I asked him if he thought we should move along, and he was pretty dismissive that it was just kids. Kids who'd cost me a bunch of food bills and vehicle repairs and phone repairs. And after the ranger left, Julia pointed out that there was a store on the other side of the campgrounds, that we could just buy a tarp for that back windshield, and that it could be fixed on the second part of our vacation on the coast. There was no sense in canceling everything on day 2 just because of some chaos like this. Now, in the moment, I told her that was okay, we'd see how it went. I was distracted, still kind of seething with fury over what had been done to my car, and also trying to pin down the nagging concern I had in the back of my mind, as all of this, for as insane as it was, obviously didn't feel right. And later that day, after a lot of affection from Julia, I started to calm down. We went for a walk to the camp store to recoup some supplies. I didn't tell Julia, but I was also keeping an eye out for vandal frat boys that she alleged to have invaded our camp. I couldn't really see any group of guys that really matched that description by Julia, and I couldn't decide whether this was a relief or kind of strange. I did see the ranger chatting to a few folks, though, and he sent me a little wave, as if to say, "Yep, I'm doing my job," so I guess that made me feel safe. Now, when we were in the camp store, Julia and I got into the dumbest argument. I don't even remember what it was about, but I do remember it surprised me how much she lost her crap. I think I jokingly disagreed with her about what kind of wieners to get, and she just flipped, yelling at me that I never listened to her or took her opinions into consideration. And this was the first time I'd ever heard about this, and I guess I got defensive. Not an excuse, but I was still mad and upset about the car, and also a little frustrated at Julia for wanting to stay at the campground where we'd been the victims of an actual crime. And Julia stormed off, leaving me to finish up the groceries and pay the bill. I did so, and then I wandered outside to look for her. There was no sign of my girlfriend, but I did see a small group of guys who could possibly maybe be the frat bros if you squinted. And they seemed like chill, nice guys, but I approached them anyway and asked if they'd seen any other suspicious characters around their age camping in the park. They told me they'd been there for a few days already and hadn't seen anyone under the age of 40 other than myself and Julia. And that checked out for my observations too. Then, one of them came up to me and quietly asked if I was okay. I figured the stress of the day must have been in my face or something, so I explained that our car and campsite had been vandalized. This seemed to shock the kid, so I asked him why he'd checked in with me. He told me the woman I was with seemed, and he paused here, saying, volatile and angry. I figured he must have seen Julia stomping away after our argument, but it all seemed pretty strange. When I got back to the campsite, everything was incredibly quiet except for this faint sobbing coming from our tent. I dropped the groceries on the picnic table and ran over there. Julia was sitting in the tent, and tears were streaming down her eyes, rocking back and forth. I went to her and put my arm around her. Eventually, I got her to calm down, and she told me what had happened. She returned to our tent after our argument, and 3 guys had showed up. She said they threatened her and made some lewd advances toward her, and then when she rejected them, one of them had kicked a dent in the door of the car. I wanted to go out and check as soon as I knew Julia was unharmed. But consoling Julia was more important, and I started asking her questions about the guys so we could tell the cops. What did they look like? What race were they, etc.? And Julia started yelling at me, saying I was inconsiderate and thoughtless. I hadn't even asked her if she wanted to get the cops involved, and she didn't actually. She wanted to just drop it, and how dare I grill her about the details. Then she started asking me if I thought she was a liar, etc. Now I'm completely shocked and taken aback. I hadn't been entertaining thoughts like that at all. I had wanted to know so we could identify them, obviously, and now that Julia had freaked out so badly, though, again, a suspicion began nagging at me. It did seem like Julia was hiding something. What if they'd assaulted her worse than she'd let on? And that's where my mind went first. But man, was I naive. That night, I was adamant I wanted to leave. There sure was a dent in my car door, and the whole vacation had been completely tainted and overshadowed by this stupid series of terrible assaults. And Julia was over-the-top enthusiastic, though. And she went absolutely out of her way to try insisting that we were having a great time, that it didn't matter if we were being targeted by harassers, that we'd be just letting them win if we gave in and rolled over. And honestly, I said I was happy to let them win if it meant safety and a harassment-free weekend, and this made Julia mad again. At first, I chalked it up to the stress of the attacks, but as we sat in silence around the campfire, both of us were just kind of sulking after yet another argument, I realized what had been bothering me the whole time. Without even thinking, I brought it up to Julia. How had the vandals smashed our phones when we'd gone to sleep with our phones in the tent the night before? They hadn't been charging in the car. We'd both fallen asleep watching YouTube and some reels, and Julia opened her mouth, closed it again, opened it, and then closed it. She stared at me, and if looks could kill, I swear I'd be a dead man. Then she began to scream at me. She asked me where I got off accusing her and what I was trying to imply. I hadn't accused her of anything. I just asked how the vandals got a hold of our cells when they were in the tent. I hadn't mentioned her at all. And at this point, the red flags were impossible to ignore, and it was obvious that Julia was involved somehow. I'm sure it's been obvious to everyone that Julia was behind the vandalism, and you probably think I'm an idiot for not suspecting her right away. In my defense, it's easier to make it look that way when I'm telling the story in retrospect, and I'm not some professional storyteller or master of tension, so I've probably given away the fact that Julia was the culprit right at the start. But sure enough, that's the conclusion I started suspecting at this point. And as gently as I could, since she was behaving so volatile and erratic, I asked my loving girlfriend if there was anything she wanted to tell me, and if she knew something about the vandalism. That's when she broke down and confessed everything. She was convinced that I no longer loved her. I was going to break up with her on this vacation, and I'd been planning to for months. She thought I was cheating on her. She thought I cared more about my new car than her, and I guess that's why she did so much damage to the car in particular. Now please let me stress that there was absolutely no truth to any of these claims. Even in the aftermath, a few of our friends decided to believe Julia and low-key suspected me of having done something to trigger her behavior. And I can swear to the Lord above that I didn't. I did not so much as look at another woman in that way, and I genuinely thought Julia was the one. And that night, around the campfire, she told me that she thought that I would start to love her again if I thought we were in danger, that my male protector instincts would kick in and I'd go back to caring about her like I used to. I was speechless, furious at first and then sort of just sad. The love of my life was clearly having some kind of mental breakdown, and I had no idea what to do about it. The first thing I did was pack up the car. No way were we staying on a vacation under this cloud, and Julia begged me to stay one more night, and check us into a hotel, but I couldn't. We began the drive home that same evening, and let me tell you, that was the most awkward, silent road trip of my entire life. My plan was to get Julia home and then work out the next steps, maybe get her medical help or therapy. I didn't expect this to be the end of our relationship, but yeah. I have no idea what happened to Julia, and I wish I could have helped her. I took her back to her apartment in the early hours of the morning and told her we'd talk the next day. I woke up to find that she'd blocked me on everything: social media, Facebook, email, my phone number, and then I started getting messages from friends asking why I treated her so poorly. And things escalated from there, and I eventually had no choice but to just make a clean break. I cut Julia out of my life. I cut most of our mutual friends out, and eventually I moved away to a completely different state. Nearly a decade later, I still occasionally get threatening messages from random accounts calling me a cheater, a rat. One time in a city far from anywhere I'd ever been with Julia, my car got vandalized again, and it was probably a completely coincidental piece of bad luck, but it's hard not to be paranoid. I have no idea if Julia ever got help or got better, and it breaks my heart to think about it. I'm married now to a beautiful woman who is pregnant with my child, and I managed to suppress that paranoia. I spent a lot of our early relationship convinced that she was going to suddenly turn on me. It hasn't happened yet, and maybe I was an oblivious idiot though, but I never saw any signs of it with Julia either. Everything was perfect, and then our first camping trip seemingly broke her. Maybe I'm just superstitious, but anytime my current wife brings up the idea of camping, all I can say is absolutely not. When I was a much younger guy, I did a lot of stupid things to try to impress a girl, most of which I don't really want to get into right now, but maybe the most reckless one that I'm willing to admit to was I agreed to protest a fracking development in a small village in Sussex. I didn't know what I was getting myself into when Amy, the girl that I was into, took me to buy camping gear. I thought we were just going to make some noise and wave some placards, not spend the night there. She was telling me about how important this was, and I tried to look like I understand. The next morning, about 100 of us pitched our tents by the side of the road, ready to block any traffic into the drilling site. Someone had rigged up a PA and was playing Black Sabbath, and every time a car passed through the road, we ran out to block it and chanted our slogans. As one passed, I tried to get enough signal on my phone to text my mom that I wouldn't be back that night. Later in the day, when everyone had eaten all the snacks they brought, one legend had brought a whole barbecue and enough burgers and sausages to share, almost evenly cooked, and we all went back to our tents. We got there a bit too late to get the best spots, so ended up a bit further back than the rest of them, but I didn't think that would matter. As we both got to our tents, in the camping shop I jokingly suggested it would be cheaper to get one big one, or at least after she said no, I said it was a joke. Amy pulled out a cooler and offered me a cider. I'd hoped I'd done enough to make her think I was boyfriend material. I'd even shown her how to put the guy ropes in, which she'd had to move. We were woken up a few hours later by the owner of the tiniest edge of land we'd inadvertently been camping on. In my sleepy state, I couldn't make out a word he was saying, but the moonlight made clear enough the shotgun he was waving at us. He looked very angry, and I assumed he was saying something along the lines of "get off my land." We had just about enough time to run out of our tents before he could shoot at us. The farmer began screaming and hollering, and I have honestly never been more afraid. I only had my underwear on, and luckily Amy had been sleeping in a Spider-Man t-shirt, which, in different circumstances, well, looking back, I'd have just grilled her about comic book trivia, so I'd only have embarrassed myself. In our panic, we didn't run towards other camping protesters and safety, or at least numbers, but in the other direction. The road we'd been protesting on was between two villages, and I knew that there was no chance we'd make it to the next one before the farmer caught up with us. In this darkness, we could easily get lost if we went off the road, but so could he, so this seemed like the best option. I tried to get Amy's attention and then grabbed her hand and ran into the woods, hoping she'd run with me, which she did. It was at this point I regretted having seen the Blair Witch Project recently. The woods quickly became dense enough that we had to give up holding hands, so I had no idea how far away she was. I hoped that she was still near me, but in the almost total darkness, I could barely see her or anything. A few times I nearly ran into a massive oak tree. It might have been the same one. And once I tripped on a root, feeling my knees smash into the earth before I could reflexively put my hands out to brace myself. I must have lost Amy a while ago, but I couldn't even be sure when. I was also very lost myself and not sure how far I'd be able to run now. I considered just lying there to wait in the cold and dark for the morning light to come, and then I heard a cry. It was Amy. Imagining the farmer with a shotgun and the trouble Amy could be in, I ran towards where I thought I'd heard the sound. I think I must have hurt myself a few more times in tree branches or something, because the next morning I had a lot more cuts and bruises. I managed to catch up with Amy, but so had the farmer. I suppose as a gesture of politeness, he wasn't pointing his shotgun directly at me, which I assumed he probably would if it was me he'd found. But it was still a threat. He hadn't noticed me yet, but I didn't really want to hurt him when, out of the three of us, he'd probably had the best idea of how to find the road. I pleaded with him that we hadn't meant to use his land, that we wouldn't do it again, that we were lost, and that it had been my idea to join the protest, so he should at least let Amy go. I don't know what he'd been planning to do or what he would do. I just hoped that by taking the blame it might wrong-foot him enough to not hurt us. I guess he must have been a bit lost himself, because after a few seconds, he started laughing, and I later found out from his wife that the shotgun wasn't even loaded and was too rusty to fire. Luckily, the protest camp was still noisy enough that, without confusion of the chase, we could more or less just walk towards it. As we started to talk about why we'd been camping there, we even managed to bring him around a bit and offered to take some leaflets once Amy had gotten back to her feet, because obviously she didn't have any on her. I think at that point he noticed I'd lied about it being my idea to come, but with the tension gone and it being a noble lie anyway, he just laughed it off and offered us into the farmhouse for a cup of tea. I never did get a date with Amy, but we became very close friends, so I don't look back with too much shame on that night. I guess there's something about being at the other end of a very angry farmer holding a very real-looking shotgun which brings people together, even if it doesn't work well for romance. I never did return to the protest, and sometimes I wonder what happened with it. My name's Anton and I'm from Germany, and please pardon if my English is not perfect. I learned to speak it from watching American TV and visiting America, and I taught myself. I'm an adventurer and hiker, and I spend much of my time camping and hiking all around Europe. Anywhere worth visiting, I've visited it, but the rest of the world had not been my playground yet. This is why for many years I harbored a dream of visiting finest Appalachia, the location of so many excellent scary stories and atmospheric adventures that I've seen. I'm a solo hiker and I challenge myself to explore and survive in the wilderness alone. This has always been perfect for me, as I am a solitary individual, and throughout all of my travels in Europe, I have never encountered more than a few minorly troubling incidents. And this is why I, foolishly, embarked on a solo visit to the Appalachia Trail in the summer of 2014. I flew over to the States for my first visit and stayed with some friends that I had known for some years online. Then I rented a car and drove to the foot of the trail that I was going to hike. I had promised my friends that I'd follow the marked trail rigidly, as they were concerned about me doing this alone, but secretly I had decided to go where the wind took me. I did stick to the trail for the first day or two, but then I diverted. I have many years of experience as an explorer, so keeping track of my route was no problem for me. I headed into an area that appealed to me. The trees were so huge and towering, unlike anything we have in Europe, and I was taken by the beauty surrounding me. That night, I set up my tent beside a small pond. The beauty of the American countryside took my breath away, and I basked in the silence and tranquility of this new world. Back in Germany, it is stunning, but Appalachia, at least where I was very unique, and I was awestruck. That night, I drifted off watching the stars and eventually I crawled inside my tent to sleep. I awoke later to sounds, howling and calling. At first I thought it might be a pack of wolves. I didn't have a firearm as a German person on vacation in the States, but I had a hunting knife, and it is this that I held as I was just frozen there in my tent, listening intently. The howling soon settled into human voices, and I couldn't understand their words at first, if they were saying words at all, but then they began to chant. If you leave, you'll die. If you leave, you'll die. I called out to them, as it was clear that they knew that I was inside the tent. Leave where? I asked. Leave the tent, they said. If you leave the tent, you will die. Will you kill me? I asked. No reply. A voice howled again, and then another said, if you leave, you'll die. And next I heard footsteps. It sounded like they were circling the tent. Fear gripped me, unlike anything I had ever felt before in my solo adventures. Was this to be the end of me, here in some foreign land? Was my life to be cut short by these Americans who I had for so long held in such high regard? I shifted in the tent and a voice called back, do not come out. I listened, and instead gripped my knife tighter, just as fear gripped me. More steps, then the sound of someone running, shouts and a commotion that seemed to have nothing to do with me. A voice outside the tent spoke and told me to stay put, and so I did. I had lit a fire in the pit that night, and now I saw the light from my fire flaring back up, lit by one of the strangers outside. Another jolt of panic. What if they burned me alive? But I could see the fire was not too close to the tent even through the canvas. I held back a scream as I heard one gunshot, and then another. The voice outside the tent reaffirmed that I should stay put. I thought about challenging that voice, emerging with my knife and fighting for my life. But for what? They told me that I would be okay if I stayed inside, and so I did. 2 more gunshots, and then some more hooting and laughter. Whoever was out there, they were having some kind of fun, and I didn't know what violence was occurring, if any, and I did not know how serious the danger was directly to me. All I knew was that the men outside continued to tell me to stay in the tent where I was. At some point during that long, terrifying night, the fire was extinguished again, and this allowed me to relax somewhat, knowing that I would not be set ablaze by unseen hands while cowering inside my shelter. Somehow, eventually, tiredness caused me to pass out. When I awoke, I could see the sun had risen. For a moment, I forgot about the events of the night before, but I urgently needed to urinate and started to unzip the tent. Everything returned to my memory, and I froze, then called out. No reply. I waited, listened, gripped the knife, and opened the tent. I could see no signs of anything that occurred in the night, except for the fact that some of the undergrowth had been trampled down. Sitting by the fire, though, was a 6-pack of beer. It had not been there when I went to bed. I didn't drink it. I just left it where it was. 2 days later, I emerged from that Appalachian Trail area with my dream trip cut short. I've since hiked the Appalachian Trail again, but not alone, and within the safety of the trail markers. I have asked many people what they think I may have experienced that night. Nobody has any clear answers, and I don't either. I try to convince myself that I was the victim of a cruel prank, but it's hard to know for sure. They say strange things happen on the Appalachian Trail. Germany is the same, but not quite as much. Appalachia is beautiful and haunted and dangerous. I will go yet again someday, and as I do every time I visit that most remarkable of areas, I will pray that I don't encounter those men ever again. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, Grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. This happened to me in early 2024, and I'm still receiving counseling about it. So I'm a college student in my final year, and at the time I rented a house with a couple of friends. We were away for spring break, and our house got broken into. It was heartbreaking. A whole bunch of stuff was taken, a MacBook Air, our PlayStation, and a bunch of cash that one of my roommates kept hidden under their mattress. Who knew people really did that these days? Thankfully, it was only a few $100s, but still, that's a lot of money to broke-ass bitches like us. I remember coming home buzzing but tired from the vacation and just staring in dismay at the door standing there, ajar. We went in carefully, probably should have called the cops first, and were just met with chaos. These thieves hadn't actually taken all that much, but they'd thrown everything around and made the biggest damn mess with books, food items, throwing the couch cushions around. Thankfully, I kept my room locked, so I thought that they didn't bust in there. But one of my roommates, the one who kept the cash under her mattress, her stuff all got trashed. We spent that night in a motel, and then the next day began the long and upsetting task of cleaning up our life. My roommate's boyfriends and a couple of our friends all pitched in to help. By the end of the day, things were almost back to normal, minus the shared laptop we kept in the living room, the PlayStation, a bunch of food we had to throw out, and things like that. From the next day, we were tasked with itemizing all the missing items, and at first it seemed like it was only a handful of things, which I've mentioned. Then as time passed, we started noticing more missing items: an expensive crock pot that I'd brought from home, a photography book that we kept on the living room bookshelf, and disturbingly a framed photo of the three of us from spring break the year before this. I hated the idea of the thief having our photo, especially since we were posing in bikinis, and I've never wanted them to frame that and put it up in the first place. It just sort of felt weird having it on display. And this kind of made me start suspecting that what if the thief was someone who knew us? And maybe I was reading too much into it. Maybe he'd just been some dirty perv who saw three college girls in bikinis and decided to stash it for the spank bank while he played on our stolen PlayStation. And the thought wouldn't leave me though, and it began to bother me more and more. I started pushing my roommates to keep checking if anything else was missing. Smaller items that we wouldn't necessarily be able to claim on insurance and could maybe give me a clue as to who had broken into my house. My roommates and the cops kept reminding me that there had been a bunch of burglaries, and it was likely just an opportunistic thief, but I was really fixating on the idea of a stalker or being targeted somehow. My other roommate noticed that some of her clothes were missing, particularly a few items of underwear. She couldn't say for sure that they'd been stolen. She said that she might have left them on spring break, not in that kind of way, just forgotten in the hotel, but I knew that she was just trying to make me feel better. They'd been stolen, just like the photo and our PlayStation. The money mattress roommate then noticed that a couple of pieces of jewelry had gone missing. None of her clothes though, they were all accounted for. I remarked that I was extremely grateful that the thief hadn't gotten into my stuff, which is when my roommates pointed out that the lock that I have on my door, even though you lock it from the inside, is possible to open and close from the outside with a screwdriver or something similar. I immediately began checking my things, because my room hadn't been disturbed and because nothing of value was obviously missing. I hadn't even thought to check. Imagine my relief when I couldn't find anything missing at all. All my clothing, underwear, keepsakes, and even a pretty expensive necklace I'd inherited from my grandma. If the thief had gone in my room, he would have stolen that, obviously. I was lying in bed one night, struggling to sleep with paranoia, when I noticed something on my side dresser. I turned on the lamp, got out of bed, and went over to it. It was a pen, a cheap-looking ballpoint pen. Now, it was a bit of a nicer one, like the kind that you get in banks or something, and I picked it up, scribbled on a bit of paper, and it didn't work. Strange. I just shrugged and then threw it in the trash. Now, back in bed, thoughts were whirling around my head, and I continued to fail to sleep. Something about the pen just being on my dresser without me remembering it was bothering me. What if? No. It couldn't be, could it? And I began studying my room. My photo board, my paintings, my computer, my shelf of plushies. There was a teddy bear sitting there among them that caught my eye. I tried to think, when had I gotten that one? I didn't recognize it, and I was sure I didn't recognize it. Hiding under the covers, I reached out and snatched my nearby robe, and then pulled it on under cover. Finally wrapped up, I climbed out of bed, hit the lights, and went over to the teddy. It was an expensive-looking bear, and I definitely didn't remember buying it. Picking it up, I could feel something hard inside its body. Its glassy eyes stared at me, dead shark eyes in a cute little teddy bear. Was it my imagination, or could I see a little glint in the eye? I turned the bear over, and sure enough, there was a slit I could open. I reached in and felt a large, hard object. I tore it free from the bear, and once again, sure enough, it looked to be a spy cam. I was horrified. I threw it face down and began to scour the room for other devices. And in total, I found the teddy, the pen, a smiley face badge, a plush snail, and then finally, hidden in my bathroom, a second spy cam pen. Of course, I freaked out. Even though it was the middle of the night, I called the cops and woke up my roommates. I was frantic, insisting that we check my light switches, all the fixtures, and all that kind of stuff. Hey, I've seen plenty of spy movies and creeper-type stories. I'm pretty sure I know where they hide these types of things. They helped me dismantle everything while the cops bagged up what I had found. We didn't find anything more, and I don't know if that made me feel better or worse. I couldn't shake the idea that there had to be more, but I'd never know. The cameras were broadcasting wirelessly, which meant that there was no actual way to tell what was receiving that signal. And I assumed law enforcement would be able to trace those things, but apparently the tech available, at least to civilian crime stuff, isn't that advanced. I'm sure they could probably have worked on it if the cameras had been planted in, say, the Pentagon, but it just wasn't worth the expense for some weird home invasion. And so in short, someone broke into our apartment, made it look like a robbery, then planted spy cams in my room, which were left undiscovered for a few days. I tried not even to think about the amount of times I'd undressed or been in a vulnerable position in front of those cameras. If I do, it still makes me feel sick to my stomach. I could not stay in that room after that, and my roommates were paranoid that they'd been bugged too, even though we could never find any other cameras. We stayed with various friends and kept returning to that house to scour for cameras but never found any more. And it really screwed with all of us, honestly, and I'd be lying if I said that we were over it. The absolute scariest thing to me is knowing that the spy cams left in our house were fairly basic, cheap ones that you can find in Walmart or on Amazon. Why does that scare me? Because they don't broadcast very far. And this suggests that the culprit was nearby, maybe one of our neighbors. Maybe it just means that whoever put them there wasn't getting a signal, and I hope to God that was the case. But all I can picture is some creepy perv guy watching me changing from his living room next door, and even sitting in a car outside our place. I've never felt safe since this happened, and I hope that one day I can finally get over it. Before I joined the Park Service, I used to work as a trail guide for a company based out of Groveland near eastern Yosemite. It was awesome work, and for the most part, all the memories I have of it are happy ones. But there's one job I remember for all the wrong reasons. I was guiding a group of young corporate types up Half Dome in one of those team bonding exercises. A lot of jobs were kind of like that, especially around the holidays. We'd take them up to Little Yosemite Valley, and then set them up for a night around the campfire, and then take them up Half Dome the next morning. This bunch, 4 men and 3 women, seemed pretty average. Some were a little more comfortable than others being outdoors, but they didn't strike me as trouble. But the next day, as we were taking a break coming back down Half Dome, we heard a scream. While the rest of us rested our legs and got some water, 2 of the men had gone off to take pictures of the view overlooking the valley. Maybe a minute or 2 later, we heard a god-awful yell coming through the trees. Then one of the men came running back looking scared to death. He said his buddy was taking a picture near the edge of a cliff when he'd suddenly slipped and fell. I had an idea of how bad it was just from his expression, but when I got there, I saw it was way worse. The guy was lying at the bottom of a steep slope. Not quite a sheer fall-off type of cliff, but all the tumbling he'd done on the way down had left him in a really bad way. He'd fallen maybe 200 feet down this slope. He wasn't moving, and he wasn't making any noise. I asked the group that I was guiding to keep away from that slope and to gather where we'd just been resting until I got back. I needed to run down the trail to find a gentler portion of the slope to scramble down so I could administer first aid to that wounded man, and I needed them all safe and in one place so I could find them afterwards. Everyone agreed except for the taller guy who'd seen the fall, as he insisted on helping in some way. He looked to be in decent shape and able to keep up, so we took off down the trail at jogging pace as I radioed for help from HQ. I remember as we were running, the tall guy kept asking me about the dude that had fallen, saying stuff like, "Do you think he's dead?" And I told him I had no idea. Some people survive some crazy falls, not always in one piece, but they still survive. And this seemed to reassure him a little, but not by much. As we kept running, I relayed a more detailed description of our location to HQ. My boss had been in touch with the park rangers who were sending out ATVs in a life flight. I tried to describe where we were as best I could, but after that it became a case of trying to get the ATV's attention when they arrived in the area so they didn't roll past us and waste valuable minutes. The taller guy and I kept on running until we found a gentler slope we could get down, and then we made our way down to the bottom, careful not to trip and make our own selves casualties. At the bottom, we ran around back to where the guy had fallen, and when we got there, we were greeted by what was probably the worst thing I'd ever seen on the job. That fallen man had multiple fractures, severe abrasions to his face and head, and he was completely unconscious. But after a quick check of his pulse, I found that he was actually still alive. I radioed HQ again and told my boss that somehow our guy was still around, and that was the good news. But the bad news was that the state of his injuries meant that he was probably quickly running out of time. My boss said that he'd pass that on to the rangers, and then after giving that injured man what little first aid we could, what came next was essentially just a waiting game. We had to stay put and hope either the ATVs or that life flight spotted us in time. It was tense, very tense, and the taller guy kept asking, "Is he dead? Can he hear us?" and all that kind of stuff. He kept trying to talk to this guy, saying, "You're gonna be okay, man. Just hang in there." I didn't think the injured man could hear him, but I wasn't about to interrupt him when he was essentially trying to make himself feel better. But then after, he started saying stuff like, "He just tripped, man. There was nothing I could have done. One second I was looking through my camera, and the next he was just tumbling down that slope." I tried my best to reassure him that accidents happen in the wilderness, and he kind of echoed that same point in the next thing he said. But there was something about the way he said it that just didn't sound right to me. And the thing he said was, "It wasn't my fault." I know that makes sense for him to say something like that, and hearing it read out loud like that, it's probably not going to raise any red flags for you. But at the time, it sounded like he wasn't trying to reassure his buddy anymore. He was trying to reassure himself. I've seen some pretty bad accidents and injuries during my time, everything from animal attacks to accidental shootings, and every single time I'm amazed by how selfless folks can be. They'll rip up their own shirts and use them as tourniquets or offer to carry the injured person for miles and miles without a break. What they want, what's good for their well-being, that isn't important anymore. Priorities have been totally rearranged, and it's all about the injured person, always. So when this guy started talking about himself, repeating how the injured man had suddenly slipped and it totally wasn't his fault, I'm thinking, this guy's a total douche. And that's legitimately all I was thinking, that the taller guy was some kind of self-centered a-hole, and I didn't devote any more brain power to it because I had obviously more important things to worry about. I was 110% focused on the horizon, eyes and ears peeled for any sign or sound of the ATVs or the helicopters, so I let the comments slide and carried on trying to do my job. The taller guy started freaking out again and asking me a whole bunch of questions. I told him to shut up and check the injured man's pulse. It was weak, but it was still there. I remember saying a silent prayer for someone to show up soon. This sort of full-body sensation of like trying to force something into being. And then after a few more minutes of feeling my hope start to dwindle, I heard the sound of ATV engines getting louder and louder as they came round that mountain. Myself and that tall man started yelling and jumping up and down, waving our arms, and then that's when they saw us. The guys on the ATVs came in fast with a stretcher and some first aid. They not only had the gear to stop the injured man's bleeding, but they also had the GPS and the radios to tell that air ambulance exactly where it needed to land so they could get him on board as fast as possible. It was a terrible thing to happen, and all my sympathies were with that injured man, but those rangers were incredible to watch. They kept their heads cool while dealing with injuries so bad I could barely look at them, and then just as they were getting the injured man on their stretcher, we all heard the sound of rotor blades booming above us as that air ambulance flew into view. It was like seeing an angel coming down from heaven. Not so much the sight of it, of course, but the feeling I got when I saw that crazy brave pilot suddenly pitch and turn in the air above us. They were heroes in the truest sense of the word, putting their own bodies on the line just to save a few seconds, because a couple of seconds could be the difference between life and death. The helicopter landed not far from us. Then the two rangers picked up the stretcher and then ran over to the thing as it set down but kept its blades spinning. The door swung open as the rangers got close, and then two medics hopped out to help them haul the stretcher into the belly of that chopper. And after that, they hopped back in before the rangers backed off. Then after the door slammed closed, they took off and disappeared behind that mountain again. The rangers ran back over to us as the sound of those rotor blades eventually faded. One of them asked where the rest of the group was. When we explained that we were further up the trail, they gave me and the tall guy a ride back up to them. Then slowly but surely, they helped us all get back down the valley floor before we made our way back to camp. Looking back on it, I feel like I should have noticed sooner, but it wasn't until everyone was back at camp that I started to notice something about the tall guy. Every other member of the group seemed devastated, like truly heartbroken that something so terrible and random could have happened to them on what was supposed to be a fun team-building exercise. But the tall guy seemed almost, how do you really even put this, distant. He didn't seem to do any kind of grieving or hurting on his own. He just walked around offering cold comfort like it was nothing but a chance to display leadership capabilities. It was strange. And he even repeated what he said about it not being his fault. And then while reassuring everyone that there was nothing he could have done to stop it, and how just witnessing the fall was traumatizing to him, it seemed like he was trying to divert a little of that sympathy onto himself. That time, instead of just thinking of what an asshole, I remember thinking, okay, now this is strange. Now don't get me wrong, I understand that seeing something like that is a terrible thing, and it has an awful effect on a person's mind. Heck, maybe it's just something that you had to be there for. But take my word on the fact that something about the way the guy was behaving just didn't pass the smell test, so to speak. It had a lot to do with something I'd heard that previous night, but I'll get to that point later on. Now anyways, I waited with the group at the Valley campsite till their ride showed up, and then I made my way back to headquarters to fill my boss in on everything crazy that had happened. I went through the whole thing with him, start to finish, and then when I was done, I told him what I'd been starting to suspect over the past couple of hours. I didn't think the injured man slipped. I thought he was pushed, and I thought the taller guy was the one who did the pushing. It might sound cruel, but my boss was a veteran ex-ranger who was just about carved out of wood, and by that I mean he'd been there, done that, and gotten the t-shirt too. He laughed when I told him what I thought, and then he jokingly asked if the taller guy had tried to finish the injured man off when we got to the bottom of the slope. When I told him no, that he helped me stem the bleeding and check his pulse, he told me, doesn't seem like a stone-cold killer, does he? But he didn't laugh after I told him what I'd heard that night before, and it was the same thing that I told the cop who came to visit me a few weeks later. My boss gave me the heads up that someone was about to call, and when he told me it was the cops, I felt like every dark suspicion of mine had been confirmed at once. 2 detectives stopped by to ask me a bunch of questions, and I didn't tell them outright because I knew that they had their list of questions to ask me. But when it came to the question of me noticing anything suspicious during the night before the accident, I gave them both barrels. I told them how that previous night, the tall man and injured man went off to talk in private. I told them to stay close and to come back to the fire as soon as possible, but they didn't listen. And then after some time, I decided to go look for them. I walked off the direction they'd gone, and although I couldn't see them right away, I heard them loud and clear. They were trying to keep their voices down, but they were clearly having some kind of heated debate. And I don't want to say that they were yell whispering because that sounds kind of dumb, but it clearly was loud. I got closer and closer, honing in on the sounds of their voices when I suddenly heard one of them say something along the lines of, "Oh, is that it? You want me out of the way? Well, good luck, buddy." The other guy cut back in with this reassuring tone to his voice, but I didn't catch anything he said after I called out to them both to come back to camp. And they assured me that they'd return in a minute or two, which they did, and I put their discussion down to something to do with business. It didn't occur to me that out of the way might mean physically out of the way, and not just sort of like fired or laid off. When I mentioned that thing about the out of the way argument, both the detectives stopped writing notes and they sort of gave each other this sort of look. They didn't come out and say it, but I could tell that they had their own suspicions about the accidental fall. But what they did tell me was how the injured guy was in a coma, meaning he wasn't talking to anybody anytime soon. It was a relief to hear that he'd survived, but it sucked hearing that he hadn't all the way survived, you know? But that's why they were talking to me, instead of just asking the guy if he had really slipped, or if he had been pushed. After thanking me for my time, I helped them out of the trailer and then called my boss to tell him everything that had been said. I guess it was a little I told you so moment because those guys were quite clearly about to launch some kind of attempted murder case. And although I don't know how it all panned out for them or if the injured man ever woke up from his coma, my mind's already made up. I think that not only was there an attempted murder during one of my guided hikes, but I got a front row seat to watch that psychopath try and worm his way out of it. So I got a bit of a weird one for you that happened to me and the fam quite a few years ago now. Myself, my wife, and my 3 kids decided we wanted a break from big city life, just for a bit. It was the mid-2010s, and there was a big spike in crime in our city, and things were just feeling really oppressive and bleak. We needed a palate cleanser, which is why we jumped at the opportunity when my buddy Derek offered us use of his hunting lodge over the Thanksgiving week. I'd been on hunting trips with Derek and the boys before, but this would be something different. Just my family, free use of Derek's excellent cabin, and some quiet, chill, quality family time without any distractions or disturbances. The cabin was just off of a forest community near the base of Grand Teton. There's a small town nearby, then a 30-minute drive will take you to the cabins. My buddy's cabin is relatively isolated. Then there are a couple of neighbors on the other side of the medium lake nearby. Me and the family made the 6-hour road trip to the cabin. Our youngest is 4 and she kept needing us to stop for breaks, so the journey was a little stressful, but by the time we arrived, it was taking everything in my wife and I's power to keep the kids from killing each other. It wasn't the first time they'd visited the cabin, so as soon as we pulled up, the kids spilled out of the car and darted onto the porch, throwing the front door of the cabin open. I was climbing out of our Ford when I saw my eldest, Lisa, she's 10, freeze in the entrance and then come running back to us. Her face was a look of absolute embarrassment. "Daddy?" she said, breathless. Then, when she finished telling me what she'd seen, I had to ask her to repeat herself. And in short, there was someone already in the cabin. I had no idea what was going on, so I sprinted up the stairs and burst into that place. My youngest daughter, who's 4, and our middle son, who's 8, were standing there, frozen to the spot. My son is autistic and not the best with strangers, and my 4-year-old was, well, 4, so I don't blame them for not knowing how to handle the situation. A guy was sitting on the couch in the center of the hunting cabin's open living room, reclined back in his boxers. He was holding a beer, and even though it was only mid-afternoon, I could see a bunch of other empty bottles littering the ground. I asked him what the hell he was doing in there, and I admit that I may have been a little aggressive, but only because Lisa had seemed so bothered by the guy. She thought he'd been, well, touching himself when she burst in, which obviously filled me with rage. The guy springs up from the couch and held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Now, I've been ready for a fight, but this thin, wiry guy didn't look like much of a threat. Then he smiled and laughed and seemed to catch his breath. He said his name was Blake and told me his last name as well. And long story short, he explained that he was a buddy of Derek's from high school. Derek had told him that the cabin would be free over Thanksgiving, and since he was going through a messy and very painful divorce, he was welcome to stay over the holiday to clear his mind. And then we had a good laugh about this because it was so completely Derek. We called him the bubblehead blonde. He was what the kids today call a himbo. Everything made total sense. Blake even seemed like a real nice guy. And I was beginning to wonder how we'd rectify the situation though when Blake said he'd happily move on. He lived an hour or so away, so it was only a small hop, skip, and a jump to the cabin, and he didn't want to put the kibosh on a family vacation. The polite part of me wanted to offer to let him stay, but the hunting cabin didn't exactly have many bedrooms, and our kids needed their own space. Especially my son James, who, as I mentioned, is autistic and takes time to adjust to new situations. Grateful, I took Blake up on his offer. He asked if it could be possible for us to give him a couple of hours so he could wash up, pack up, and actually head out. And it seemed reasonable to me. The local town was only about a 20-minute drive away, and there was no cell reception at the cabin, so I figured that I'd drive there and call up Derek, let him know how the chaos had all gone down. Me and the family piled back into the car, wished Blake well, and drove down the winding trail to the village. Once we were there, we headed into the general store, bought a few snacks, and treated the kids to some ice cream, and then I called up Derek. I didn't outright tell him that he double-booked us. I decided to mention his friend Blake and sort of let him figure it out. And when I did, what Derek said caused a shiver to run down my spine. I'll never forget it, word for word. He said, quote, "Blake? That prick? That guy who used to bully me in high school? I heard he was busted on drugs charges." I think at first I thought Derek was pranking me because I grilled him on it and told him that a guy called Blake had been at the cabin. Derek began to get more and more frantic with me when I was skeptical, eventually yelling at me to listen and take him seriously. And that snapped me out of whatever doubts I might have had. Derek never yelled, and he never got mad. He told me to return to the cabin with the cops and to have my wife and kids stay in town for now. He even offered to Venmo me the money for a motel for all of us, but I told him not to worry. And then he called his buddy at the sheriff's department and had him and an officer meet me on the outskirts of town and take a ride back to the cabin in that cruiser. And when we got there, the front door was hanging wide open. The place had been utterly trashed, completely and totally ruined. The TV was smashed. All the various glasses were in pieces on the floor. The couch was shredded with what seemed to be a knife. The deputy and the officer made me wait outside at first while they checked the place, but I soon followed them in, hot-blooded and angry. Swear words had been spray-painted on the wall of the master bedroom, and based on the fact that the paint was dry and the extent of some of the damage, law enforcement figured that the vandalism must have started long before my family and I arrived at the cabin. I guess Blake had been planning a little payback against Derek for some time, and we just sort of interrupted him. Why? It was hard to tell. Like Derek said, Blake had bullied him in high school and eventually been expelled for it, among many, many other things. He then went down a very dark path of drug manufacturing, apparently running a meth lab in a trailer park somewhere, but he'd been released on some type of technicality after that, and instead of him trying to turn his life around, he'd gotten hooked on the meth himself and decided to go on an all-out tour of vengeance and destruction. I have no idea if Derek's cabin was his first stop, but he'd certainly been filled with that enthusiasm. When I saw what he'd left in the bathroom, I had to cover my mouth and step outside. What a disgusting individual. And it made me furious to know that this chuckle effer had met my family. He'd spoken to us, smiled with us, laughed with us, all the while knowing that he was there for violence. I was just thinking how infinitely grateful I was that he decided to trash the place and leave, when I heard a creak from the ceiling above us, and then a bunch of coughing, more creaks, and more coughing. There was an attic crawl space in the cabin, and it was apparent to myself and the two cops that something, or someone, was up there. I showed them where the hatch was that led to that crawl space. The deputy pulled it open and a ladder unfolded. A head peeked out. He was covered in dust and filth, but I recognized Blake immediately. And thankfully, he handed himself over. He was too drunk and high to resist, and that stifling air in the cabin attic had started to trigger his asthma, of all things. And he was brought down and taken into the cop car in handcuffs. By now, a handful more of cops had arrived, and Derek's buddy deputy drove me back into town while other officers secured the scene. Thankfully, I didn't have to share a ride with Blake. My wife and kids and I didn't stay in the cabin over Thanksgiving after all. I booked us into a nice little hotel in town, and we got to experience the place Derek had grown up. He had to come up to assess the damage, so he brought his wife and stepdaughter, who is my youngest daughter's best pal, and we made a good week of it after all. Derek was surprisingly unfazed by the cabin invasion and damage, but I guess that's Derek for you. The most chilling aspect of all of this was what they found in the guest bedroom. Blake had come equipped with rope, duct tape, a hatchet, and a handgun. It turned out he did have a license for that gun, and we have no way of knowing what he intended to do with those things, or if he did actually have nefarious intent. But knowing an unhinged guy like that had been lurking in my family's vacation cabin, ready to snap at any time, well, let's just say that Blake is not someone I plan on vacationing with in the future. Okay, I guess this is kind of two stories for the price of one, but the first one is kind of an explainer that's also kind of upsetting, so I'll just breeze through it to get to the stuff that actually matters. And for the record, I'm a woman, and I was still a 20-year-old college student when this happened to me. I used to work as a trail guide way down south, taking folks out into nature reserves to make sure that they see all they want to see without getting themselves lost. One day I was out walking my dog down one of the trails when I heard a gunshot. My dog and I went to investigate because hunting is super not legal in that nature reserve, and that's how we found ourselves a poacher doing something despicable to an innocent animal. And I ran back to my cabin, called the rangers, and then within just a couple of hours, the guy was actually in cuffs. And it felt like an incredible achievement, knowing that we'd helped put someone who threatened the animals behind bars. But one of my fellow guides seemed a little less enthusiastic about it than the rest. I figured that she was maybe a little jealous or something like that, and now I know otherwise. Regardless, I rode that wave of good feeling for about a week or two, but after a while, everything went back to normal, and it kind of faded into the background. 6 weeks after the poaching arrest, I got a guiding job for a solo hiker. We mostly dealt with groups of people, be it families or classes of middle school kids, but requests for solo guides weren't entirely unusual. Some folks wanted to go hiking, they just didn't have anyone to go with, and that was one of our company's selling points. We'd get the odd older gentleman coming in to book a guide because he wanted to go visit a trail he'd visited during his younger years. And at the same time, those could be the easiest and the most rewarding assignments of all. The pace wasn't too hard, and seeing how happy they were when you arrived at a certain creek, valley, or waterfall, it was priceless. And that's why I didn't hesitate when I saw the single name appear on my schedule for the week. Mr. Cliff was all it read. And when I asked what reason he'd given for requesting a guide, I was told he was a gentleman in his 50s scouting locations for a photography project he was planning. I thought that sounded really cool, and when Mr. Cliff arrived on the day of the hike, he was just as nice as I expected. He was a widower with grown-up kids who picked up photography as a way of occupying himself. He lived locally, but since he wasn't as spry as he used to be and didn't know the trails, he figured it wouldn't hurt to pay for a trail guide so he could enjoy a little company during his walk. We worked out a route at the office, one that'd take around 4 hours there and back, and then we hit the trails at around 11 a.m. He said Cliff was his first name and that he'd worked as a trucker for most of his adult life until a work-related injury just put him on workers' comp. That was the reason he wasn't as mobile as he used to be, and why his kids thought it'd be safer for him to enlist the help of a trail guide. He was great company too and asked me a bunch of questions about my life and the plans I had for it. He apologized for all the questions at one point, saying that he didn't get to talk to people much anymore, not since he retired and his kids moved out of town. I told him it was no problem at all, and I was grateful to be guiding such a friendly conversationalist. He gave me this big, warm smile, and we kept on walking. We talked about photography for a while, and he sounded really passionate about it. And then, at around an hour and 30 into the hike, just as we were reaching the destination we picked out, I started asking more questions about him. I'd asked him a couple of pretty basic things upon being introduced, but since he was a widower, I didn't want to probe too much into his family because of how upsetting it might be for him. But then, as we got into the subject of family, and after explaining my own was a mix of Irish and Puerto Rican, I asked where his family was from. And I'll never forget how he smiled as I looked back at him, and how he said, "I was hoping this might come up." Then he explained that since it was such a long story, we'd better wait until we got to the top of the rise that we were heading up so we could both get comfortable. I had no reason to suspect that I was in for anything but a good story and a well-deserved rest. But when we got to the top and we caught our breath, things took a nasty turn. The whole hike, Cliff had been sweet as pie, and every word he'd said had a sort of cheeriness about it. But as he started to tell me all about his family, his tone of voice slowly shifted until he barely even sounded like the same person anymore. He explained that his family had been some of the first colonists to arrive in what later became known as the Georgia colony, and that they'd lived in the area for almost 300 years. He said not all families could say that because not all of them lasted that long. But he and his had faced down the natives, the British, then the Union and the federal government, all one after the other, and they were still there to tell their story. I remember saying, "Wow, that's amazing. I understand why you guys are so proud." I had no reason to think that he'd react any other way but, well, to what was intended as a compliment. And yet somehow Cliff seemed to take issue with that. He told me, "I don't think you do understand, but you will." and then he launched back into a story about what his family had done to survive. He said when the natives tried running them out of their homes, they learned how to fight. Then when the British tried starving them out, they learned to live off the land, just like the natives had done before. When the Union took everything of value, they found other ways to make their money, and since folks were always going to need meat for their pots and furs to keep warm in the wintertime, hunting and trapping became their way of keeping food on the table when times were at their hardest. They later brewed moonshine during Prohibition, but when the price fell after Prohibition was rescinded, they didn't mind, he said, because they still had their oldest and most faithful way of winning their daily bread, by working the land that God Almighty had given them. I might have been very naive back then, but I wasn't stupid. All that mention of living off the land and the hunting, trapping, and skinning his family had done to make money, all that had me thinking of one thing, that he was going to be killing animals on the land. And when I thought of illegal hunting, I thought of that guy that I'd found 6 weeks prior, the one we'd reported and had arrested after I caught him hunting on the reserve. All that came to mind all right, but I guess I was still too young and naive to really piece together what I was hearing until it was far too late to do anything about it. Cliff pointed off into the distance, toward a hill maybe a mile or two away, and then asked if I knew the name of it. I turned and looked at it for a moment, but as much as I'd like to think that I knew the land, I didn't know the hill's name, so I asked Cliff what it was called. He said it had been called many things over the years, but his family had always called it home. Everything they could see from the top of the hill that counted as home too, and although many had tried, no one had ever been able to stop living the only way that they knew how. Not the British, not the Union, and not some stuck-up Yankee college kid who thought that she ought to tell others how to live. I turned to defend myself, verbally of course, and that's when I saw the handgun Cliff was holding. And panic hit me, and my first instinct was to run, but when Cliff raised the gun at me and told me to stop, it was like he'd cast some spell on me or something. My legs just stopped, even though I wanted to keep running like hell, and when Cliff told me to kneel, it was like my knees buckled upon command. I remember sobbing, like really sobbing and saying, I'm sorry, please don't kill me, I didn't know," over and over because I'd realized who Cliff, definitely not his real name, really was. The poacher I'd reported hadn't been some lone hunter, straying out of bounds to cheat the system a little. He was part of some organized poaching racket, and Cliff was one of his partners. I remember how, in the middle of all that begging and sobbing and listening to metal sounds of the gun being loaded, I remembered my coworker's muted reaction to the poacher being arrested during the previous month. She knew what was going to happen, and that's why she couldn't be happy for me, but she was still too scared to warn me. Had she gotten a similar warning before, one that she'd kept quiet about, or had she just heard stories? I'd never find out. I quit the company the day after this whole thing happened, but up on that hill, I didn't think that I'd live to see that next day come at all. Cliff walked up behind me as I kept on begging and pleading, and then I felt him push the gun onto the back of my head before I heard a loud click. I stopped sobbing, held my breath, and I felt my whole body seize up as each one of my final thoughts seemed to be of my mom. I heard Cliff behind me say, "This is what we do to folks like you around here." But then instead of a bang when he pulled the trigger, instead of everything going black, I heard another metal click at the back of my head before Cliff took the tip of the gun off the back of my scalp. I peed myself. I'm still kind of embarrassed to say it, but it's the truth. I heard that click, and it was like a full body release. But it was only yellow, no brown. But I was so terrified of death in that moment that even when it didn't come, I still peed my pants. I think there's probably an exact medical term for what happened to me in the moments after, as I heard Cliff laughing at how scared I was. I don't want to say it was catatonia because I could still see and hear everything okay. I just couldn't move. I could breathe all right, but after curling up into a ball, I just laid there, taking shallow breaths and waiting for the end to come. I didn't quite realize what he'd done yet, as in, like, performing a mock execution on me. I thought maybe his gun had jammed or something and the shot was coming any second. But then, Cliff spoke. He told me his pa had said not to kill me, as that'd bring even more trouble down on them, whoever them was. But he was to make it very clear that if I reported any more poaching or trapping in the areas they called home, they wouldn't be playing pretend anymore. They'd be playing for real. And after that final warning, the man who said his name was Cliff left me lying there in the dirt, and I didn't get back to the office for hours and hours because I was way too shaken to drive at first. We called the cops, they searched the area and put out an APB, but no one was ever found. The cops told us they offered a reduced sentence to the guy who was caught poaching, saying they'd chop his jail time in half if he just gave them a name. But he was just stonewalling them and said that he didn't know what they were talking about. I'd like to be able to say that I went back to the trails, but unfortunately, that incident marked the end of my guiding days for good, and I moved back to Michigan once I graduated. I'm a woman in my 20s, and this happened to me a few years ago, and it still gives me chills to think about. It's kind of ridiculous, and I can look back on it with friends and laugh now, but it was absolutely heart-wrenching at the time. It started when I was walking home from work one summer evening. My car was in the shop, and I didn't want to take the bus because I can't stand the smells. It's kind of a running joke with my loved ones. I have an incredibly sensitive nose, and I get bothered by smells pretty easily. And that's how I first became alerted to the guy following me. I could smell the strong scent of dead fish. At this point, I'd walked a couple of blocks and this foul, lingering scent was persistent. At first, I assumed it was the area. I lived in a coastal town where fishing is a core aspect of our commerce, so the smells associated with fishing aren't uncommon. They weren't usually around my area of the town though, because why would I choose to live in an area that stank of fish when I have a sensitive nose? So it was a bit unusual for it to reek this bad, and that's when I wondered if it was someone, not something, who was serving as that source of the smell. Since I was alone, I didn't want to attract anyone's attention, so I ducked into a nearby alcove and pretended to check my phone while scanning my surroundings. There was a man about 30 feet behind me. He caught my eye because he was stumbling along, not drunk as such, but almost like he had a limp. And then when I stopped, he quickly found a reason to stop too, pausing at a bench to tie his shoelace. I'm not normally the type of person to assume I'm the center of attention, but it was so obvious to me that this guy was following me, and so I tested it out, moving along the street some and then stopping to check my phone. And sure enough, every time I stopped, he would stop too. A few more times and I was certain this guy was following me. He kind of looked disheveled, and I noticed he was wearing a waterproof fishing coat, even though it was a very warm day. He had a scraggly black beard, a beanie cap, and he was carrying a huge brown fabric bag. I could see wetness soaking through the bottom of that bag, and I figured that was where the smell of the fish was coming from. And it seemed like he had his catch for the day, and maybe he wanted to add me to the net. Gross. I was only a block or two from home now, and so I hurried, and there was this panic building up inside me about what I'd do when I got home. There was nowhere else nearby that I could go, which meant that he'd see the apartment where I lived. Not much I can do, I figured. Either I hung around and he potentially caught me, or I darted inside my 3-story apartment and locked the front door behind me. And so that's what I did. And then I watched through the front window, hidden out of sight, while the guy kind of lingered outside for a while before scurrying off. He looked lost and confused, and I wondered if maybe I'd been imagining it after all, or there had been some innocuous explanation for the following. Regardless, I informed the building superintendent, who I got along with pretty well, about my concerns. and he assured me that there was no way any weird men stinking of fish were getting into the apartments. Relieved, I went upstairs to my second-floor apartment and forgot all about the incident. I didn't see the guy again for a few days. It had mostly drifted to the back of my mind, but my car was still in the shop, so whenever I walked home from work, I did keep an eye out for any strange men following me. I was home free, or so I thought. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I woke up, startled. You see, I live alone, no roommates, no pets, nothing. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, so when I snapped awake, I figured something must have alerted me. I could just kind of feel a sense of wrongness and unease in the air. You know when you'd enter a house as a kid and you could just tell if someone is or isn't home? It felt like that, but of course nobody was supposed to be here. And I strained my ears to listen. Nothing. All was quiet, but then I smelled it. Something fishy. Literally, that is the unmistakable strong smell of dead fish wafting through my apartment. Of course, my mind immediately went back to my stalker, a label that I'd just given him even though I'd only seen him that one time. Maybe deep down some part of me knew that he would be back. And I listened, trying to make out any noise over the sound of my own panicked breathing. A clatter sounded from the living room, and then a sort of muttered voice. Yeah, it definitely wasn't my imagination. Someone was in my damn apartment. Ever since the guy had followed me home, I've been thinking about this eventuality. I didn't own a gun back then, something I've since rectified, but I did have my brother's baseball bat. He'd given it to me when I'd moved down to the coast, mostly as a joke, but told me to keep it on hand to protect myself. I'd quickly moved in, put it in the closet, and forgotten about it. But I'd been sleeping with the bat beside my bed ever since the guy followed me home. I grabbed the bat now and crept into the living room in my t-shirt and shorts. As soon as I left the room, I saw how the intruder had gotten in. The front door was busted open. We later found out that the wood must have been rotted around the latch or something, because he'd seemingly used some kind of tool to crack it open. No wonder I'd woken up. The man of the moment was standing in my living room, right there in the darkness. He wasn't moving. He was still holding that damn bag, and as I crept closer, the stink of rancid fish grew stronger. It suddenly struck me that I had no idea what I was going to do. My phone was charging in the kitchen, which opened onto the living room on the other side, a fish intruder. I couldn't call the cops without going through him, and from the way he was swaying on that spot, he seemed to be drunk or high or something. But from what I could remember of him in the daylight of the previous week, he'd been fairly well built. Definitely strong enough to cause me some serious harm if he chose to, even if I was armed with a baseball bat. I really didn't like the idea of head-to-head confrontation with this dude, and that's why I was so relieved, if not a bit surprised, when he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Well, he didn't collapse really. It was like, you know how little kids suddenly just sit down out of nowhere? It was like that. He just sort of dropped to the ground in a sitting position, froze there for a moment, and then began rummaging through his bag of dead fish. Ugh. If the smell had been bad before, it was terrible now. The foul, rotting stench of seafood wafted up and out of that bag, causing me to gag. I remember stifling my breath and crept out of the outskirts of the room, but my eyes were glued to the man the entire time. He was fascinated by whatever deceased rancid fish he was digging through. I caught my hip on the side table and almost knocked over a lamp. Freezing, I checked to see if the guy had heard me, but he hadn't. I swallowed, darted for the kitchen, grabbed the phone off the counter and ran straight to the bathroom. It was the only other door in the apartment with a lock. Seeing as how the guy had smashed his way through the front door, I didn't have much confidence in the flimsy lock that sealed the door, so I called 911 as quickly as I could. The operator asked me what was going on, and I told her, and then got transferred to dispatch, and they got me to stay on the line while the cops double-timed it over to my place. While I waited, I could hear footsteps from my apartment. It was too soon for it to be the cops, plus they hadn't announced themselves, so I knew the guy was on the move. Part of me wanted him to leave, and part of me wanted to be sure that the cops actually caught him. I whispered at the phone what was going on, and the operator told me to stay put. Under no circumstances should I leave the bathroom, and the cops would be there shortly. I heard a crash from the apartment, and later I'd found out that it was the same lamp that I had almost knocked over myself. The guy had also bumped into that table, wandering around. It was silent for a moment in the apartment, and then I heard a creak right outside the bathroom door. This was followed by another burst of that dead fish stench, and I think I started crying at this point, telling the operator he was right outside the bathroom door. I had no idea what he might do to me or what he even had in mind. And it felt like hours later, but it must have only been a matter of minutes. I heard shouting, the voices of cops, then a scuffle. I yelled out, and a cop called back to me saying to stay put, and then the sound of something breaking, more banging, and footsteps leaving the apartment. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and the gentle, welcoming voice of a female officer told me it was safe to come out. My hands were shaking, and I unlocked the door and stepped out. I was surprised that that fish man hadn't caused much more damage. The lamp was laying there broken on the hallway floor, and for some reason he'd also removed a framed movie poster I had on the wall and smashed the glass. To cut a long aftermath short, it turned out that the guy was a local fisherman who'd apparently fallen on hard times. It was kind of a tragic story. He'd lost his business, then his family, then his sobriety, and then, I guess, his sanity. This wasn't the first time he'd been in trouble with the law, but it was the first time he'd broken into someone's home. We have no idea what he intended to do with me, if anything, and frankly, I prefer not to know. Also unexplained is why he was carrying around a bag of dead fish, other than the fact that it was something that he was known to do. His fish transporting days were over, though. The guy was incarcerated in a psychiatric hospital and, to my knowledge, is still receiving the much-required treatment he needs. And I honestly wish him no ill will, and it could have been a lot worse. That doesn't change the fact that he did still break into my apartment, though, and he clearly had something in mind by doing so. He definitely followed me home that one day, and then returned a few days later, which suggests a degree of intent. I make myself feel better by reminding myself that the mental illness, alcohol, and whatever drugs he'd used cooked his brain to a point that it blitzed all of his mental faculties. I couldn't stay in that apartment for long after that, though. Thankfully, the landlord let me out of my lease early, and I moved right over to the other side of town. I don't think that I could have tolerated staying in that place because, for one thing, I could never get rid of that lingering smell of dead fish. I've got a pretty traumatic story to share from a couple of years back when I was 21 and still in college. Since we're both outdoorsy, my friend Jaden and I decided to go hiking in the Cascades one weekend, and we thought it'd be fun to hit the trails and take in the views. So we meet Warren on the trail, and he's this good-looking dude probably in his early 30s and has super friendly vibes. He also said that he was a professor at Evergreen State University and knew the Cascades like the back of his hand. We chatted for a few minutes, and he offered to show us around this cool spot that he knew of. He seemed legit, clean-cut, confident, the kind of guy you'd trust. And so we both think, sure, why not? We follow him to this nearby beauty spot, and it's honestly gorgeous, like literally perfect to take some pictures. Warren's easy to talk to. He's cracking little jokes and pointing out random plants to give us facts about. And it was like he was giving us a private tour, and at first, it felt like we lucked out meeting him. After maybe an hour or two, Warren offers to walk us back to our car at the trailhead. Me and Jada figured it was about time to call it quits, so we took him up on his offer. The weather was still great, and we're still talking back and forth with Warren, so we're moving at a leisurely pace while enjoying the last trail of the day when Warren suddenly makes a suggestion. He says, "Wait a second. By my calculation, if we just hike through this section of trees here, it'll take us to the trailhead without having to loop around." Or he said something along those lines, and we trusted him, so we figured, cool, shorter walk sounds good. We started heading off the main trail in the trees, and I figured it'd only be a few minutes of walking or whatever before we started to see signs of life. But to me and Jada, it kind of looked like he was leading us deeper into the woods. It got real quiet, and Warren kept trying to keep the conversation going, but Jada in particular got very quiet too, and she's only that quiet when she's nervous. When she started lagging behind, I glanced back and saw her shake her head at me, signaling that she didn't want to continue. I knew exactly what she was talking about, so I told Warren that me and Jada weren't so sure about this shortcut and wanted to head back toward the trail. Warren turned around and at first he just smiled, and he says, "Ah, come on, it's just a shortcut. I've been here dozens of times." His voice was still friendly, but it had this weird edge to it, like he was forcing the friendliness now. Jada shook her head and then backed up by saying she wanted to go back too, not just me. Warren kept on smiling, but his eyes narrowed over a little as he looked at us. He told us we were being silly, that there was nothing to worry about, but Jada wasn't backing down. She said she wasn't taking another step into those woods, and not a thing he could say could convince her otherwise. And that's when he started to get mean. He responds by saying, "Oh my God, what's wrong with you? I said it's fine." He tried to smile at us after, but we heard the aggression in his voice when he asked Jada what was wrong with her. And that was the mask-off moment for us. I grabbed Jada's arm, and then we turned and started quickly walking back toward the trail we'd just been on. But then seconds later, I heard it. Fast and heavy footsteps crunching up behind us. Warren yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" And we sped up, almost jogging then, but he was faster. Suddenly I heard Jada let out this yelp of panic, and I felt this horrible chill go through me. I spun around just in time to see Warren's hand clamped around Jada's arm before he yanked her back so hard she stumbled. She screamed at him to let go as she tried to wrestle herself free, but Warren was too strong. The look on his face was totally different too, nothing like the charming guy we'd been laughing with just an hour before. He screamed at us, "You're not leaving!" Then the next thing, he shoves Jada to the ground so hard it sounded like it knocked the wind out of her. She sprawled in the dirt for a second and then started scrabbling for a grip as she tried to push herself to get away from Warren. I froze for a split second, my mind going 200 miles an hour thinking, what the hell's going on? Is this really happening? But it was, and I needed to do something to stop it. I remember seeing Warren just looming over Jada with his fist clenched and his chest heaving, looking like he was about to jump again. And then a thought hit me right between the eyes. I unzipped my fanny pack, fumbled past my keys and sunscreen, and then grabbed hold of a cold metal canister of pepper spray. I then yanked it out, pointed it at Warren, and then yelled at him to back off. My voice shook so badly I barely recognized it, and at first when he turned around, he just laughed his almost mocking-sounding cackle at me. He took a step towards me, staring me right in the eye, and dared me to use it. He didn't have to ask me twice. I pressed the button, unleashing a stream of pepper spray that hit him square in the face. He screeched so loud and crazily from the pain that it sounded like an animal, and then he backed off, rubbing his eyes and face. The pepper spray worked, but the breeze hit us too. Some of the spray blew back in a stinging mist that hit my eyes and nose like fire. I choked, tears were forming in my eyes, and Jada got some too as she got up and ran towards me and was pressing her hand to her eyes as she yelled at me to run. We knew that was our chance, and so we bolted through the woods even though we were both half blind. I remember branches whipping at my face and snagging at my hair, but neither of us were about to stop for anything, because behind us, we could still hear Warren screaming stuff like, "Run, bitches, I'll catch you anyway." I'm not joking. And we ran till our lungs burned and our legs were screaming, and we kept going until we finally burst out on that main trail. But I was so relieved I almost collapsed against a tree, gasping for air as my eyes still streamed from the stray pepper spray. But even then, we didn't stop to catch our breath for long. We kept on going back to the car where my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key into the ignition. Jada was frantically looking out for Warren and later told me that she was terrified of seeing him crashing through the bushes before he attacked the car. I managed to start the car, then we got the hell out of there. My eyes were still burning from the pepper spray, but I didn't care. Getting out of there was the only thing that mattered. As soon as we hit a spot with cell service, I pulled over and Jada called 911. She spilled everything while I sat there in silence, staring out the window with eyes that were still sore from that pepper spray. I couldn't hear exactly what the dispatcher said, but she sounded calm and kept Jada on the line until the cops showed up. We gave our statements, still in shock, and then the cops said that they'd do everything they could to bring Warren in. We told them about his job at Evergreen State too, but they later called back saying that there was no such professor who was employed at that college, and that there were 2 students named Warren, but neither matched our description. And looking back, it's insane how fast our fun little hike turned into a complete and utter nightmare. I still think about it sometimes, and the thought of how we went from charming to terrifying in a heartbeat, and how close we came to something worse, it sent chills through me. I'm so glad we got out and that we're both okay, but it also taught me to trust my gut and that if something feels off, even just a little, it probably is. Be careful out there, especially hiking or in places where it's just you and some rando, and carry pepper spray if you can. You never know when it will save your life. So a while ago, I met this amazing girl on Tinder. We clicked really well over chat and met up for a few dates. She was perfect, sweet, lovely, had a great sense of humor, and was pretty hot to boot. Can you tell that I regret how things went with her? Now I'll warn you up front, this is one of the most shameful stories of my life, and I still feel really bad about it even though it must have been nearly 7 years ago now. After a few dates, the girl, I'll just call her Kara, shyly asked me if I'd like to stay over at her place after we'd been out to dinner and the movies. Of course I said yes. We had a great night, a great meal, and I don't remember what movie we saw, but I remember enjoying it. Back at Kara's place, it was pretty obvious that this was our night to get physical. We'd only held hands and kissed a bit previously, but that night we got straight to it, so to speak. Now, I won't go into gritty details, especially because of what happened next, but it was one of the best nights of my life. It makes it all the more bittersweet with what came after. Eventually, we fell asleep in each other's arms in her bed and slept for a few hours. I woke up to the sound of breaking glass and 2 figures bursting into the room. I was stunned and had no idea how to react. It was all sort of a blur. They manhandled me out of the bed and dragged me into the living room. I wish I could say that my first reaction was to try and protect Kara, but mostly I was just so scared that all I could do was flail and yell like an idiot. One of them had a knife, and the other had some kind of baton. I didn't feel like testing whether they'd use either. They tied me to a dining chair, and then they went and got Kara. When they brought her out, the 2 hooded masked figures were a lot more gentle with her, I noticed. Now I should note, I am a naturally suspicious person. I tend to overthink everything and maybe back myself into a corner because of it. Now I will be the first to admit that this is not a nice trait, and this story is intended to be a cautionary tale about being like me. don't approach everyone with suspicion. It will come back to bite you in the ass. Now, with that aside, back in the living room, the two masked men, and I could tell from their voices that they were dudes, were rummaging through my overnight bag. They took my expensive watch from the bedroom and dangled it in front of me, asking if it was real or fake. I told them it was fake. They didn't believe me, and into their bag it went. Then they forced me to unlock my phone. They did this by threatening to hurt Kara in very unspecified ways. Again, I kept noticing that they were actually pretty gentle with her, and I don't know why that just kept sticking in my mind, but it did. I don't think I paid much attention to it in the moment, but I definitely did after the fact. Regardless, though, I unlocked my phone and they changed the passcode to ensure they could access and, I assume, wipe it. This meant, of course, they'd have access to my bank details, my Apple Pay service, which was fairly new at the time, my iTunes account, and they could do a lot of damage with this info. Finally, they went through my wallet. These a-holes even shredded up a photo that I had in there of my sister, her husband, my niece and nephew. Just spiteful, angry robbers who wanted to upset me, which again made me suspicious. Was there a personal angle here? How did they get in? Why did they break in? I was gagged, so I couldn't ask them any of this, and eventually they stole what cash I had in my wallet, took my cards too, and just left. They didn't rob Kara at all that I saw. They didn't search for her handbag or purse, didn't steal anything from the apartment. It was just me. I was the sole target. Afterwards, dealing with the cops, I started to get more and more suspicious. It seemed like one of the officers did too, because he kept asking me how well I knew Kara, if it seemed like Kara knew the assailants, etc. I guess this is where the seed was really planted in my mind. We filed police reports, I canceled my cards, reported my phone stolen. Thankfully, they didn't take anything out of my bank account, but they disabled my Find My iPhone, and I'm sure they managed to jailbreak or wipe and sell it. In the days after, I sunk into a spiral of paranoia about it all. Kara was being evasive with me, I thought, and didn't seem to want to talk to me. I kept trying to ask her if she had any idea who the home invaders were or why they'd targeted us. She said she had no idea, but told me that while they broke the glass, they had gotten in through an open window in the living room. And I guess I was kind of a jerk about that because I replied a little snappily saying that I would have preferred to know that the place was actually locked up before staying there. Then, when she stopped replying, I started sending her messages about why the thieves had targeted me specifically. And at first, I sort of framed it like, hey, why do you think it went down like this? And then I started getting a bit more direct. I told her it was incredibly convenient that only I had been robbed and that she was totally fine. I could tell this hurt her and also made her mad because she started getting pretty angry and defensive about that. And I just like to say now that I don't blame her. I was a complete jerk and I deserve to be chewed out about it. I guess all I can say in my defense is that I was pretty traumatized from the event and I didn't really know Kara all that well. And in the end, after it seemed like the case had gone cold and there was no hope of the police catching these people, I just flat out accused her of setting me up. And she lost it at me, of course, which in retrospect I fully deserved. Again, I cannot stress how bad I feel about all this. And as you can probably guess, Kara did not set me up. The reason I suspected it, other than the behavior of the thieves, was that I'd become sure that I had identified at least one of the culprits. Kara had an ex-boyfriend who I found by stalking her Facebook and Twitter profiles, and it seemed like she'd kicked him to the curb and he wasn't very happy about it. He was a weaselly, wiry-looking guy with a very snide expression, and I didn't much like him. His social media feed was filled with performative nice guy self-pitying crap, which also rubbed me the wrong way. And I discovered from his own Twitter post that he had a record for breaking and entering and had narrowly avoided juvie as a kid. Hilariously, he was an upper-middle-class guy with a chip on his shoulder who acted like the world owed him a favor, but really his rich parents had gotten him off that charge. In my conspiracy brain-coded mind, I put 2 and 2 together and came up with 5. A scenario where Kara and Nice Guy had faked their breakup on social media and were luring in poor, unsuspecting Tinder dates like myself to be robbed at knife point. I even went so far as to tell the cops my theory, and they said they'd look into it. I have no idea if they ever interviewed this nice guy, but I hope they did. I also became certain that the other thief had been my friend Bill, who he also interacted with on social media. I built up this whole narrative in my head. In the end, I completely cut off Kara, convinced that she'd been responsible for one of the worst nights of my life. For the next 6 months, I callously recounted the story of the Tinder date who scammed me to a few friends, until one day something stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a news story about a breaking and entering gone wrong, where a woman in my town had been the victim of a break-in and assault and suffered life-changing injuries as a result. It was Kara, and the culprit was Nice Guy. I've been so fixated on the idea that Kara was in on it that I never considered the possibility that I was mostly right, but wrong about that part. From what I can gather, Nice Guy did break in out of jealousy and did rob me in revenge, but Kara wasn't part of that plan. He simply wanted to scare her out of dating anyone else. When that clearly failed, he grew more and more jealous and I guess eventually went back for Kara, this time causing permanent damage to her. I guess there's still a tiny possibility that Kara was complicit in the first home invasion, but I really don't think so. Instead, I blamed an innocent girl for the actions of her awful ex, and then left her to deal with him. I've spent the last few years trying to forgive myself for this, because I sure as heck won't be asking Kara for forgiveness. That woman's heard enough from me for a lifetime. I used to work as a trail guide, and this one time, I had to scout a trail that we didn't use much to make sure that it was safe for a guided hike that we had coming up. It was a simple process of checking for fallen trees, washed out paths, or anything else that might prove hazardous to the group. Probably one of the easiest things you get to do as a guide. I get to the deepest part of the trail, way out where it's just me and the trees. I'm kinda poking around looking for signs of trouble when, out of nowhere, 2 guys step out from behind the trees. They were rough looking, like they'd been out here a while with dirty clothes and scruffy faces. My stomach dropped as soon as I saw them because I could tell right away that their intentions weren't good. One had a knife in his hand, and the other was giving me this big, creepy smile. I remember trying my best to stay calm, but my heart was pounding so hard I could actually feel it. As they got close, the guy with the knife started yelling at me, telling me to hand over my stuff. He was vicious, waving that big knife around saying he'll cut me if I don't listen. I gave him my backpack, my water bottle, my Tamagotchi, and even what little cash he had on me. While that's happening, the other guy, the one with the smile, was acting very nice and saying things along the lines of, "Just do what we say, sweetheart, and you'll be fine." They tell me to turn around, and before I can say anything, they tie a blindfold over my eyes. It was an old rag that I remember smelled like sweat and dirt. After that, they tied my hands behind my back with more of that same kind of rag, probably old torn up clothes, and then they yanked it tight so it hurt my wrists. I was trying to stay tough, but internally I was completely freaking out. I told them, Hey, you can't leave me like this. There's bears out here. If I'm tied up, I'm dead." I was hoping they'd have a heart, maybe loosen the ropes or something. But maybe that was the good cop having worked on me a little more than I'd like to admit. Because when they heard me asking for mercy, they just laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd heard all day. The mean one said, "Hey, that ain't our problem." And then I listened to the sound of the footsteps crunching away through the leaves before everything went quiet again. Once I was sure they were out of sight, I started wiggling my wrists and pulling hard against the rope. They were really tight and it hurt like heck, but I kept at it. And before long, I was sweating, my arms were aching, and the bindings were starting to rub my skin raw. I tried twisting and tugging and even trying to pick at the knots with my fingers. Then after what felt like forever, but was probably a half hour, I finally got one hand loose. From there, I yanked the rag off completely and pulled the blindfold away. I was free, but I wasn't safe yet. I didn't stick around to look for my stuff those guys might have left behind. I just started running back down the trail as fast as my legs could carry me. The whole way, I was looking over my shoulder, half expecting those creeps to pop out again, but I kept moving till I finally saw the trailhead in the distance. When I got back to headquarters, my boss was there doing paperwork, and he just about jumped out of his chair as I burst in. I remember panting, trying to get the words out, but all I could manage at first was just call 911. He didn't ask questions. He just grabbed the phone and dialed as I sat down. Then after handing me the phone, I spilled the whole story to the dispatcher, the two guys, the knife, the blindfold, all of it. My boss stood there wide-eyed as I talked, listening to what I'd been through. He couldn't believe his ears, and he told me later that nothing that terrible has ever happened to any of his employees, past or present. Given the severity of the call, the cops showed up quickly, at which point I went over the story for a second time. They asked me to go into as much detail as possible in terms of describing the guys, as well as what they said and which direction I figured they might have gone. I did my best, but it was all a blur. They were unshaven, wearing dirty jackets. One was taller, the other one shorter, and I told them about the knife and that creepy good cop, bad cop routine too, and how it seemed almost rehearsed, like they'd done this before. The cops said that they'd send a team out to search the woods, but I didn't hold my breath. I knew those guys would probably be long gone. As the cops left, my boss told me to take the rest of the day off. He was a great guy like that, and he could see how rattled I was. I sat in the break room waiting for my ride and trying to calm down, but every time I remembered how they'd laughed, this feeling of anger and dread would get all fat and heavy in my chest, and it'd only go away if I cried or yelled or hugged somebody. Those guys didn't care if I lived or died, and it makes my skin crawl to think about it today, but I still eternally am grateful to God for making sure that I made it back in one piece. So I got a bit of a crazy story for you that happened to me a few weeks ago. I'm in the UK and we have a bit of an epidemic on our hands. I don't mean COVID or anything like that. I'm talking about IRL streamers. Have you ever heard of a little tow rag called Secret Mizzy? He's a 20-year-old man-child called Bakari Bronze Ogario, who in 2023 used to film himself pranking members of the public by breaking into people's houses while live streaming. Hilarious, right? He allegedly did a bunch of stuff like breaking and entering, theft, property damage, etc. And I say allegedly because I don't remember which things he got charged for and which he didn't, and I don't care enough about that little scrote to go digging. Either way, he ended up serving 6 weeks in prison for it, and then came out and gave an interview about how he's turning his life around. And props to him, I guess, maybe he will, but that doesn't change the fact that he inspired a bunch of dumbass TikTok kids and overgrown kids to follow in his idiot footsteps. Now, I'm just going to insert this in here. I did go and look him up to find out his actual name, and it seems like he's got a kid. Christ, poor child. I hope Secret Mizzy turns his life around for the sake of that kid, if nothing else. Anyway, this isn't about him. This is about a guy in my year at college who I guess thought Secret Mizzy was the coolest Mother Hubbard in the whole of Stockton-on-Tees. I remember overhearing him at college with the girls and rolling my eyes hard as he was playing those dumb Secret Mizzy clips. This was this year too, 2025. Imagine still idolizing this guy a year after he'd served hard time for his stupid TikTok actions. I'm only 18, but people say I'm old and grumpy for my age, and maybe that shows, but holy heck, I cannot relate to some people of my generation. This guy, who I kid you not called himself the Jizzler, well, he was particularly unrelatable. Also, horror of horrors, he had a crush on me, so he'd often lurk around me at college, flanked by his idiot friends who just guffawed at his lame jokes and encouraged him to do stupid stunts like leaping down the stairs and filming it, pranking the teachers and other students, all that kind of obnoxious stuff. He would film it and also live stream it to TikTok, where he had something like 10 followers. Secret Mizzy, he was not. This lameo couldn't even troll well. The Jizzler wasn't really someone I thought about unless I had to, but that day in March when this happened, he didn't leave me any choice. I'd walked from college with my bestie Annalise, and we were hanging out at my place doing media studies homework. My dad and stepmom were out with my baby brother and wouldn't be back until late that night. It was just past 6 when the doorbell rang. I went to answer it, figuring it was an Amazon delivery driver or something. The Jizzler and one of his stupid mates stood on the doorstep. They absolutely reeked of spirits, and as I looked, Jizzler took a deep inhale from a balloon. Whippets and all that crap had been all the rage at our college this year, and Jizzler was particularly fond of killing a few brain cells before committing his latest stunt. I didn't even have time to react. He shoved his way into my house, leaving his mate on the doorstep. Alarmed, I quickly slammed the door, locking the mate out. That didn't deter Jizzler, though, who was staggering and stumbling his way down my hallway, holding his phone up on a selfie stick. He was narrating into the phone, but his words made no sense. Whatever he was on or had been drinking, it had scrambled his brain. Jizzler reeled and staggered down the hall. He knocked into the side table and sent an expensive vase crashing to the ground. I shrieked, trying to grab at him, and he shoved me hard against the wall, sending family photos crashing to the ground. In that moment, I was incensed. He couldn't do this. This was a crime. I shouted as much at him, and he just laughed and didn't seem to care at all. I followed him into the living room, grabbing at him, trying to stop this maniac. Annalise had come running from the kitchen to see what was going on, and she looked horrified. Annalise is a quiet, shy, gentle person, the polar opposite to me, someone who does not shy from picking a fight if I feel an injustice is occurring. Jizzler was picking up my parents' things, his phone held up all the while, and he found my grand's ornament cupboard, which we'd inherited from her when she went into the home. And oh no, all her little glass models and ornaments, swans, dogs, clowns, things like that. Jizzler turned so the camera was filming him and reached behind him, sweeping ornaments off the shelf. They crashed to the ground, shattering, and I began to scream, and so did Annalise. Jizzler just laughed, grabbing another ornament and flinging it at the wall. I lunged at him again, slapping and trying to claw at him, but I guess whatever drugs and alcohol he is on made him oblivious to any pain. Instead, he shoved me again, even harder, and I fell back and jarred my back against the fireplace. Instant pain as my tailbone connected with the grate, and I started sobbing. Meanwhile, the Jizzler was now pulling the settee cushions off and throwing them around. Our living room had a lot of fragile things on display, and he was damaging all of it. One hard throw of a cushion caused the TV to topple to the ground and actually spark. Next, he was using his phone on the selfie stick to smash the light fixtures above his head. I was freaking out. Annalise, meanwhile, had fully disappeared. I felt a moment's anger at her. How could she leave me with this lunatic? But then she reappeared, and she was holding a phone in one hand, which I could see had an active call, and a kitchen knife in the other. She yelled at the Jizzler to stop. He did pause, looking at her holding the knife, and then began to let out the most insane, hooting laugh. That's when I noticed that the phone he was holding didn't even seem to be switched on. This absolute maroon thought that he was live streaming his whole rampage, but he was too drunk and high to notice his battery had obviously died. Annalise told him that the cops were on their way, and that he'd better stop. Instead of stopping, Mr. Jizzy grabbed an ornament from above the fireplace. I scrambled to get out of his way and looked up at what he had. Oh no, Granddad's ashes. The Jizzler had grabbed the urn with Granddad's ashes in it and was holding it recklessly in the air. I jumped to my feet and shouted the only thing I could think of. "That's my bloody Granddad!" I expected him to hurl the urn at me or something, but instead it was like this sort of snapped him out of it. It felt like I'd slapped him or thrown cold water in his face. He stared at me, and suddenly a look of stupidity and shame crossed his face. I saw him looking around the living room. A sick expression formed, and he very gently, almost comically, put Granddad's urn back on the mantelpiece and then collapsed onto the living room settee until the cops arrived. Long story short, this happened a couple of months ago and the case is still ongoing. We don't think it'll go to court. The Gisler's family are paying for the damage and trying to persuade us to drop the charges, which I guess we might. Turns out he'd gotten super drunk on his day off from college and then dropped a few pills that he'd gotten from a mate. Then, he did the nitrous, and I guess it made him go temporarily insane. I do feel a tiny bit bad for this stupid kid. He's not going to be able to complete his A-levels, and he's kind of tanked his life a bit. But I can never forgive him for terrorizing me and almost smashing my beloved granddad's ashes. Many years ago, I was out on a trail with my group, leading them through the woods like I've done 100 times before. It was a nice day, the sun was shining and the birds were chirping, and since we'd been hiking for a couple of hours, I figured it was time to take a break in a nearby stream. It's one that I regularly stopped at with my guys, and they'd top up their water bottles or splash their faces to keep cool. And then as usual, they put down their packs, pulled out their snacks, and then started chatting among themselves. I'm keeping an eye on them, making sure nobody wanders off or does anything dumb, like stepping on a loose rock when one of the guys, a guy with a big old backpack, asked if the water's safe to drink. It was a fair question. Nobody wants to chug something that's going to make them sick, so I tell them I'll check it out like I always do. And the routine was pretty simple. I walk upstream a little, maybe 50 yards or so, to make sure there's nothing funky in the water. Usually I'm looking for stuff like dead birds or small animals that might have fallen in and started rotting, because that kind of thing can leach nasty bacteria into the stream, and I ain't about to let my group get sick on my watch. In all my years guiding, I'd never found anything worse than a few leaves or some mud, and it's usually just a quick check to be on the safe side. So I leave the group to munch on their granola bars and head upstream. It's gurgling along all peacefully, and I'm just strolling, keeping my eyes peeled, and thinking about how I'll maybe crack a joke about how it's cleaner than city tap water. But then, I stop dead in my tracks. Right there in the middle of the stream, sitting in the shallow water, is a deer's head. Not just any deer's head. It was rotten. Like really badly rotten, too. And the thing's a total mess. The eyes are cloudy, there's flies buzzing around it, and the smell hits me like a punch to the nose. I've seen dead animals before, but nothing like that, because the cut where the head was chopped off was clean. Way too clean for it to be some predatory animal. It was like someone took a sharp blade, made a hunting knife, and sliced clean through the thing's neck before they left it right in the water. My gut was telling me it wasn't an accident. It felt like someone put it there on purpose, like they wanted it to be found. I figured maybe it was a warning, though I didn't know who'd do something like that or why. I remember standing there for a second or two, just staring at it and trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. The water's flowing around it, carrying who knows what downstream to where my group's sitting, and I knew right then we had to move. The water wasn't safe, and from what I could tell, neither was being there in the first place. The only thing was, I knew I couldn't tell the whole truth either. Those folks were out there for nothing more than an afternoon hike. If I told them the truth, they might panic, and I didn't need a bunch of city people freaking out in the middle of the woods. I put on my calm face, the one I use when I need to keep things under control, and then I tell them that we need to head back to HQ. When they asked why, I kept it simple and I calmly said that I thought there was a bear in the area, and it just so happened to be rutting season, and it's true the bears can get really dangerous during that time of year. It's a good enough story, and bears are scary, so nobody questioned it. I saw a couple of them looking a little nervous, but they trusted me to keep them safe, and that's exactly what I intended to do. I got them to grab their stuff, and then we started hiking back the way we came. The whole way back, I was keeping my eyes peeled, checking the trees and trail for anything else weird, but if someone was watching us, I sure as heck didn't see them. I kept quiet, but my mind was racing. Who'd do something like that? Was it some hunter messing around? Someone trying to just scare us a little, or something worse? I didn't know, and I didn't like not knowing. But my job was to keep these people safe, so I focused on that. I kept the group moving at a steady pace, not too fast to make them worry, but quick enough to put some distance between us and that stream. I cracked a few jokes and pointed out some birds, anything to keep their minds off that bear. They were wary at first, but I guess they trusted me enough that by the time we were around halfway back, they were chatting and laughing again. When we got to HQ, I pulled the manager aside and told him that we need to cut that trip short. I didn't go into details about the deer head, not right away at least. I just say that we spotted signs of a bear and didn't want to take chances. He nodded, knowing that I'd never call it quits for no reason, and tell me that I did the right thing. We got the group's fees refunded, no questions asked, and while they were still a little bummed about the trip getting cut short, they were happy to get their money back. A few of them even thanked me for keeping them safe, saying they'll book another trip later when the bears aren't so active, and I just smiled and nodded, telling them to come back anytime. But once they're gone, I sat down with a cup of coffee and told my boss what had really happened. We agreed it was probably nothing, just some idiot trying to spook us, but as I told him, it certainly didn't feel like nothing at the time. That deer's head still pops into my head sometimes like a message that I didn't fully understand yet. But the bottom line is I kept my group safe, and that's all that really counts. I don't have any home invasion stories per se because I'm homeless. Or I guess they call it unhoused these days because sure, that's the kind of thing people like me worry about, nomenclature and word use. Now anyways, I'm being a bit flippant, I do get it. It's why I realized that I do have a home invasion story even though, you see, I live in my car. And to me, that car is home. I've lived this kind of nomadic lifestyle for quite a few years, thanks to a combination of being down on my luck and also wanting to kind of stay off grid. I'm doing okay these days, so you and your listeners don't need to worry about me, and I love having Let's Read by my side in the cold or, right now, extremely hot nights while I camp out in my car. And when this happened, I had a different car with a nice back seat. This occurred in the winter of 2018, and it was a bitter one. I was parked in a lot in the middle of nowhere, bundled up in my sleeping bags in the back of the '87 Ford Fiesta I called home. I was dead to the world, completely asleep. I woke up to the sound and sensation of my world being shifted though. Quite literally, in fact. My car was moving. What the hell, I thought? The sleep cleared from my head, and from under the sleeping bag, I heard two young-sounding voices. They were talking about taking the car for a joyride and having some quote-unquote fun in the fields. Apparently they'd scored big by finding this abandoned car all by itself in the lot. Well damn, I guess I'd been carjacked. Except I was still in the car, and they didn't know. So bear in mind, we were driving along at a decent speed by then, and I also had absolutely no idea who these kids were or what they might do. I decided that the only course of action I had was to hunker down, hide under the sleeping bags, and hope they got bored. I knew the area, and knew the kids around here were mostly good kids, just bored farm guys and dumb university students. I figured these guys were the former. They had local accents, and from their silly conversations, they honestly didn't sound like bad kids. On the other hand, they had stolen my car, and seemingly hot-wired it and were taking it for a joyride, so they can't have been that nice. I knew they must have hot-wired the car because I had the keys in my pocket, and I was always particular about ensuring the car was locked and the keys were on me before going to sleep. Hell, I normally didn't sleep in the back seat in case I needed to make a quick getaway, but it was so cold that I'd taken to doing it at the time. The car was bumping and flying over potholes. We were clearly in backwoods countryside now, moving away from the coast into more touristy parts of Weston. I distinctly felt it when the car turned off the country lane and into a field. We were bumping and bouncing so hard that I felt my teeth chattering together. Recounting the story now, I probably sound pretty calm, but I was completely bloody terrified at the time. The more I wake up and my mind cleared, the more I realized what deep doo-doo I was in. They could crash and kill us all, or maybe they'd turn around and realize, hey, the homeless chump who owns this car is still here and we better not leave him alive to ID us. I couldn't even see them, remember? I was hidden under sleeping bags and too afraid to peek out, but I figured that two bored kids probably hadn't taken the precaution to wear a mask. They drove around for a while and I was genuinely plotting my escape. My options were to spring up and surprise them and try to appeal to their good nature or leap out of the moving vehicle. They weren't going too fast and it felt like we were on muddy ground, so I was honestly preparing to take my chances with a sudden exit. What I'd do when I got out of the car, I had no idea. I didn't have to work it out though, because very shortly after deciding I was going to jump, the car pulled to a sudden stop. The kids were muttering something about being bored, and hope of hopes, I thought I might be getting off scot-free. I even heard both of them slam the doors behind them as they left. And that's when I heard breaking glass, and then smelled the smoke. What do joyriders usually do when they're done with an abandoned car? Well, in this case, they torch it. And that's exactly what happened here. I had no idea if this is a regular occurrence in the States, but here in the UK, it was almost a rite of passage for some kids to steal a car, take it on a joyride, and then light it on fire. They'd usually target old, abandoned cars or even their own if they had reached the end of its life. Burning it and dumping it is cheaper than disposing of a car officially. So the kids had thrown a makeshift Molotov cocktail through the open window, and of course, they didn't know that I was still in the car. Flames were licking up the front passenger seat already as I tore my sleeping bags off and tried to open the back door. It was locked. I fumbled with the awkward manual lock and then began to panic. I banged on the window. This got the attention of the joyriders and I finally saw them. They were gesturing to me, and it looked like they were talking frantically. For a moment I thought they'd leave me there, let the witness burn with the evidence, so to speak. Thankfully, they were better kids than you might expect. I guess in retrospect, that's why it's easy for me to say that. They ran to the car, smashed the windows, and then helped me get free. What followed was a panicked, tearful plea of contrition as the three of us ran from the field, none of us really wanting to have to deal with the cops. The boys were home from uni and swore they genuinely thought the car was abandoned. They said their friend told them that it had been there for weeks, and I choose to believe them. I've never seen two kids more sick with guilt and worry, and while it caused me some short-term inconvenience, I don't regret my decision to write the car off and abandon it. The boys' families were incredible, kind and understanding, and they made sure things were and are right with me, and in them I found friends for life. It was a very happy ending to a story of extreme irresponsibility, but at the time it was absolutely terrifying. They know I'm sending this story to you, and I think them and their family will get a kick out of it if you do actually run it. I've changed some details majorly, and it didn't really happen near Weston. We picked that location for a reason. We stay in touch to this day, and they've helped me more than I can ever express. But it's incredibly bizarre to think that I met these people by them stealing my home with me in it and driving me almost to my doom. Way back in 2005, I was a 19-year-old lad living in Sheffield when I discovered a little band called Dimmu Borgir. Dimmu Borgir are a band who play black metal, and their songs are called things like Blood Hunger Doctrine, Progenies of the Great Apocalypse, or the charmingly named The Death of All Saints in the Kingdom of Hell. They dress like you might imagine them to as well, as in nothing but leather, boots with spikes on, and lots of what they call corpse paint. Picture the band Kiss and the way they paint their faces. Now imagine the most monstrously unsettling version of that possible, and that's what corpse paint is. They're not trying to look cool as such, they're trying to look genuinely unsettling, and from the moment I saw it, I was entranced. But it wasn't just the music or the clothes that fascinated me. It was the culture, and that culture can be best summed up with the story of a band called Mayhem. Or maybe it's more of a chapter in the story of Mayhem, but it's a big one. So, long story short, one current member of the band Euronymous and a former member of the band Var Vikernes got into a dispute involving royalties. But then, rather than see each other in court, they got all gangster rap about it and started issuing death threats to one another. Eventually, the former band member tracks down the current band member and pays him a visit at home. Then, after a violent struggle, the current band member is murdered. The police then raid the murderer's house only to find a ton of ammunition and explosives, and while he denied planning some sort of attack in court, the police put forward a pretty convincing argument that he was planning one, and he was sent to prison. Now, I know how childish this is going to sound, but I'm almost of the opinion that if you don't regret at least some of the stuff that you did and thought as a teen, you neither lived nor grown. But back when I first read all that stuff about Dead and Euronymous and Var Vikernes, I thought it was cool. These guys didn't just talk the talk, they walked the walk. They didn't just write about pain and suffering and death, they were actively inflicting and reveling in it. And something about that authenticity was magnetic to me. The same could be said for tens of thousands of other fans too, fans who saw their own anguish and frustration reflected back at them through black metal music. A big theme in black metal was a rejection of modern society, with fans saying they felt more at home in the woods than in a town or city. And so there were all these interlinking themes of violence and isolation, anger and depression, all wrapped up in a Satan-worshipping bow. And while that all might sound quite standard for a teenage boy and his innate sense of rebellion, black metal attracted a much more genuine sort of malice. As I got more and more into black metal, I started making friends who shared my much more darker tastes. I still chilled with my old metalhead schoolmates, and I still count one of them as a close friend even all these years later. But then once a week I'd head over to a black metal night at a metal pub we used to frequent, and that's where I met Toby. Toby called himself Corpse Eater, but I'll just call him Toby here. Of all the black metal fans that used to drink in the Dove and Rainbow, he was the most hardcore. He also had what you might call an aura of darkness about him. Toby didn't just make black metal his whole personality. He'd actually been to Norway, the genre's birthplace, and had visited the site of the Holmenkollen Chapel. It had been rebuilt by the time he visited, and it had been burned down in the early 90s by the same guy who murdered his former bandmate, Varg Vikernes, and to Toby, seeing it was akin to a religious experience. He considered it a kind of pilgrimage because he wanted to do exactly the same thing in the UK. It was also a pilgrimage that was recognized and respected by black metal fans everywhere because Toby had basically spent all his money on a ferry ticket from Newcastle to Norway via Amsterdam, then begged, borrowed, or stole in order to eat and travel. He told people he slept outdoors in Norway in the middle of winter and that he'd nearly died as a result. I didn't quite believe all that at first, but Toby had the photographs on his phone to prove it. There were several grainy selfies of him taking shelter in a shop doorway in Oslo, and he had actual snow clinging to his big black beard. I had to admit, I was impressed. Not quite in awe like some of the other black metal fans who drank in that bar, but impressed nevertheless. Then over weeks and months that followed our initial meeting, me and Toby got to be good friends. Toby was good fun, but he was wild. and I mean really wild. He didn't work, but he didn't claim benefits either. Yet somehow he always had a bit of money to spend on vodka or secondhand leathers, and if you ever asked him where he got it, he'd always reply with a variation of mind your own business. And that's why I didn't ask any questions when he told me he got 2 tickets for a music festival called Bloodstock, which was taking place down near Derby for a few days in August. And while Bloodstock isn't strictly a black metal festival, it's about as close to one as we were going to find. He made me give him the money for the ticket, and it was also my job to get a hold of a tent and a lift down to Derby. But I was well up for it, and I was chuffed that he'd actually bought me a ticket. Toby could have picked anyone to take to Bloodstock, but he picked me, and while that was probably because he knew that I had access to both a car and a tent, it still felt special, I guess. We drove down on Friday the 14th, and we parked my car and started making our way towards the gates, and I thought we were in for the time of our lives. It was my first ever music festival, and I was buzzing to be there. Toby, on the other hand, being a few years older, had been to loads, so he took the lead. We found ourselves a spot to camp at the very edge of an open field, so we had trees on one side of us and a sea of tents on the other. We then set up the tent, found ourselves a burger van and had some food, and then wandered around the festival site catching bands as we went. We were drinking all day, and then the last thing I remember before almost blacking out completely was catching Arch Enemy on the main stage. And the next thing I remember is waking up in my tent the next morning on my own. Toby had decided to sleep among the trees, on the ground, with his shirt off, and he was still passed out when I went looking for him and eventually found him. We were both pretty hungover, so obviously not feeling our best, but there was something about the way he was acting that put a bit of tension in the air. You see, Toby was always a very dark and moody sort of person, and while you met a lot of people like that in the black metal community, being either angry or depressed or hateful was kind of their whole personality. He had his moments of kindness and compassion, but only here and there, and you only ever saw him like that if you were very close with him. But then, even after all of his brooding and moodiness, there was something extra dark about Toby that morning. Toby didn't really like the sound of his own voice, and by that, I mean he was a real talker. I didn't mind, to be honest. He was always coming out with juicy pieces of black metal lore and stuff, so it was interesting for the most part. But then that morning, there was hardly a word out of him. I kept asking if he was all right, if anything had happened the previous night that I wasn't remembering. But he said he was fine, and that he was just regretting the amount that he had to drink the previous night. Apparently he'd wandered around until sunrise after I'd crashed in our tent and had enjoyed some very interesting conversations with someone he'd met on his travels. I asked if it was anything I'd find interesting, but when he just shook his head, I decided to leave it. Toby seemed to perk up a little bit after we got some breakfast and had ourselves a little bit of a baby wipe shower. And then after covering ourselves in corpse paint, we started to get very excited as we made our way to the stage where Cradle of Filth was playing. It was the most animated I'd seen him for quite some time, and at first, he was in a good mood, and people around us were enjoying his antics, some of which included Growl screaming the words Av Satanus and pouring packets of fake blood all over himself when he was already covered in corpse paint. But then once Cradle of Filth took the stage and started their set, Toby went absolutely haywire. At first, all he did was headbang and scream along with the songs. But then about halfway through the set, he started getting physical with me. He'd grab me by the shoulders, scream in my face, and sometimes he'd bang our foreheads together so hard it actually hurt. But as weird as it sounds, I didn't really mind. We'd actually do stuff like that quite often back in my flat after the pub, so I just screamed back at him and joined him in the headbanging. But then he started doing it to other people, and some of them didn't seem to appreciate it at all. A few guys seemed to enjoy it at first, when Toby grabbed them and started screaming, but when he headbutted them hard enough for it to hurt, they'd either shove him off or try and go for him, at which point his mates would hold him back to stop everyone getting carted out by security. I tried to calm him down a bit to get him to stop hassling people near us, but not only would he not listen, he got worse and worse and worse. Eventually, I kind of snapped at him, and after dragging him away to the side of the marquee away from the people, I told him to chill out or I was leaving. And his response was to throw a punch at me, a really bloody hard one too, and if he hadn't been so drunk, it might have connected. And well, that was it. I went mental. And after we started scuffling, it took maybe a minute or two before the pair of us were getting dragged out of the tent by members of security. And the next thing I know, I'm outside, and I'm trying to explain to the security guy that me and Toby are just friends that have gotten into a bit of a bust-up, but all he's interested in is separating us. I suppose that was their job, wasn't it? To keep people separated if they're fighting, but by the time he'd finished giving me a warning and told me to cool down before coming back into the tent, Toby was nowhere to be seen. I had a little look around, calling out his name, and while you might think that it would be easy to spot a 6-foot man in corpse paint who's also covered in fake blood, I had no luck. Toby had apparently vanished. I spent the next few hours looking for him, then giving his phone a call every so often to see if he'd pick up, but he didn't. As I walked, it slowly began to dawn on me that I was probably going to have to spend the day alone, and in the end, that's what I did. I had a mooch about, went to see the bands I wanted to see, and although I kept an eye out for Toby at all the places I thought he might be, I didn't catch sight of him. To say it was disappointing would be an understatement, a massive one, and then after catching the last few bands on the main stage, I made my way back to our tent in the hopes that I'd bump into Toby on the way back. When I got there, the tent was empty, but it was also unzipped, so I knew Toby must have been back at some point. Then right as I'm about to give him a call, I hear someone calling my name from the trees near our tent. It was Toby. I was just relieved to know that he'd made it back okay, and the first thing I did was apologize for that scuffle, so we'd start off the interaction on good terms. I'd never gotten anything like that with him before, physical violence I mean, so I didn't really know how he was going to take it. But from the sound of his voice, he didn't seem to mind at all. He said something like, "Don't worry about it, all forgotten," and I could tell that he was drunk from the way that he was slurring his words. But then he said, "Listen, I found something, and you need to see it." I asked him what, and in a voice that sounded unusually giddy, Toby said it was a surprise. And when I say unusually giddy, I mean I'd never heard Toby sound like that before, ever. So my first thought was, okay, he's probably on mushrooms or MDMA or something because this is not like him at all. I asked him what kind of surprise as I walked towards him, and even though it was almost pitch black, I could see his bright white torso and face still covered in the corpse paint. Looking back on it, he looked terrifying, but I was too drunk, tired, and relieved to do anything but walk towards him. As I got closer, he turned away from me. Then as I started following him into the trees, I asked a second time what his surprise was. He replied, and I'll never forget the way he said this, "Something I've wanted to show you for ages now." Then he sort of started mumbling to himself, stuff I mostly couldn't hear but could make out the odd word. I know he said stuff like effing posers at one point, but Toby was always complaining about what he called black metal posers, so I didn't think much of it. I just carried on following him, thinking he might have stolen someone's stash or something, and he'd hidden it among the trees. Then when he knelt down in the dark by a tree and picked something up off the ground, I thought my little theory had been proven right. But then Toby stood up and turned around, and I saw what was in his hand, and it didn't much look like a stash of anything. It looked like some kind of cloth or leather wrap, and it seemed to be too flat though, not like a bag or a pouch or anything. So as Toby's unwrapping whatever's inside, I'm watching in my booze-induced haze with my brain only working half as fast as it should. Because when that wrapping fell away, revealing a long, curved, and silvery-looking blade in Toby's hand, all I said at first was, "Cool, where'd you get that?" But Toby didn't say anything. Instead, his face twisted up with this horrible look of determination, and the big gothic-looking Bowie knife thing that he had started trembling in his hand. I remember taking a step back and asking him, "Mate, what are you doing?" but he still didn't say anything. All I could hear was his breathing getting deeper and louder as he worked himself up to do something I never thought possible. I asked him again what the F he was playing at, but that time, he lunged at me with the knife, swinging it wildly as he did so. He swung it so hard it made that little swishing sound as it split the air, which should also give you a clue to how large it was, not just how sharp or how fast he swung it. I had enough distance between us to avoid his swing, but afterwards, I had to speed up to keep a safe distance because Toby was starting to speed up and getting more and more keyed up as he did. I went from asking what the hell had gotten into him to screaming for him to keep his distance and stop swinging the blade. We'd now gone past our tent, and I was walking backwards past other people while trying not to trip over their guide ropes. I was still shouting at him to stop, and since there were literally hundreds of people around, gathered in little circles outside their groupings of tents, it took just a few seconds before people clocked what was going on. I was literally begging them to help me when this big fella stepped in. I remember he had a mohawk, a long one tied back in a ponytail with the sides of his head shaved. He stepped towards Toby saying something like, "That's a big knife you got there, mate. Why don't you give it here before someone gets hurt?" He then took one fast final step towards Toby and tried to grab him by the knife arm, but Toby turned and slashed at him. This big fella immediately backed away, holding his arm and looking shocked while shouting, "You're gonna cut me!" Something like that. Toby turned back to me, and when I took a step backwards, I felt my leg got caught on something before I fell backwards onto my arse. I thought, I'm dead. And I'll never forget how incredibly scared I was looking up at him. But after taking a couple of more steps towards me, Toby was suddenly mobbed by a crowd of people. It was the most stupidly brave thing I'd ever seen in my life. One of the mob was a girl, maybe only 5 foot something, and I think that she might have been the girlfriend of the big fella who got cut. She was right there in the front line of the little circle that closed around Toby, screaming stuff like, "Come on then." I remember watching in awe for a second before someone dragged me up and asked if I was okay. It might sound a bit weird, but at the time, I was terrified for Toby. It was like the fear of him suddenly became fear for him, and I can't overstate how much it twisted up in my head to think that people protecting me were also threatening my best mate's life, just as he was threatening theirs. There was also this feeling of absolute helplessness to cap off what's probably the worst experience of my whole life, because there wasn't a single thing that I could do except just stand there and watch it all unfold. The group of strangers kept the circle around him, but while the people Toby was facing backed off a bit to stay out of slashing range, the people behind him started rushing in and trying to kick him or shove him. They were hit-and-run attacks, so Toby would spin around slashing, but they'd immediately back off. Then the people he was facing only a second before started doing the same thing, rushing in with flying kicks before backing off again. It didn't go on for long before a kick knocked him off balance and then a shove sent him to the ground. Then when that happened, people just dived on him, and it was complete and utter chaos for a few minutes until a mix of festival security and police ran up shining torches and screaming at people to get back. It was madness, complete and utter madness. And I had this horrible feeling of dread that when they cleared away all those people, there might be 1 or 2 who didn't get up again, Toby included. Once the police arrived, it didn't take long before people either ran or backed off from kicking the crap out of Toby. I remember seeing a policeman putting handcuffs on him as he lay on his front with his face all covered in blood. He'd gotten the kicking of a lifetime, and he didn't so much as squirm when the policeman locked his wrists together. I don't think he even knew what was going on, and I remember thinking that he must have been knocked out and was only just coming to. Someone gave one of the policemen the knife that he'd been trying to stab me with, and then someone else directed one of them over to me like, he's the one he was trying to stab. That policeman ended up asking me questions. Then the next thing I remember, a load of medical people were treating Toby, along with, I think, 3 or 4 people he'd managed to cut or who'd been hurt in the chaos. I remember telling the policeman that we'd had a bit of a scrap earlier that day. Then I hadn't talked to him all day till I returned to my tent at the end of the last show. He asked if Toby was on drugs, and at first I sort of instinctually said no. But then realizing how stupid I was being, I changed my story and told him that, yeah, Toby was probably on all sorts of things. But that still didn't explain why he'd tried to kill me. He was a weird guy, one that many people might call a psycho, but I hadn't known him to have any violent tendencies. Not till that night at Bloodstock back in 2009. And looking back on it all these years later, saying that I didn't know that he had violent tendencies seems kinda naive. Toby glorified violence, and he did it constantly. Deep down, I think I always knew that he had it in him to really hurt someone. I just didn't think that person would be me, and neither did I expect the entire black metal community in Sheffield to take his side and not mine. When I realized they all cared more about his arrest and trial than they did about whether or not I was okay, I stopped drinking at that bar and stopped hanging around with the people who drank there. They never said it outright, but I knew they blamed me somehow for what had happened to him, and I had to explain to one girl how it wasn't even me that was pressing charges. It was the CPS on behalf of the people he'd slashed. I heard he got 2 years in prison from one of the few people I stayed in touch with. Then after that, I never saw or heard from him ever again, and went back to hanging out exclusively with my friends from school, half of which knew what a wrong'un Toby was from the moment they'd met him in that bar. I still listen to a bit of black metal every now and then, but since my tastes have evolved over the last 20 years or so, it's mainly for the nostalgia value. I don't idolize the bands anymore, and I find the vibe of some of the darker bands just kinda cringeworthy these days. Music is supposed to make people happy and bring them together, and for the most part, that's exactly what black metal does. But I know firsthand that for some people, all that worship of Satan, violence, and death, it's not just theater. It's a reflection of something much, much darker they carry inside of them. Have you ever heard about that guy who threw away a laptop which had the key to a Bitcoin wallet on it? Some British dude called James Howells threw an old laptop into the trash, then didn't realize the key was on its hard drive till it was all the way down at the city dump. When he accidentally tossed it out, the Bitcoin was worth around $8 million, and by 2017, it was worth $100 million. And now in 2025, it's worth almost $250 million. And that's right, billion with a B. And that guy's offered a huge reward, paid for his own private forensics team. He's even tried suing the city council members that he thinks stole it. But it doesn't look like he's ever going to find that laptop, which basically means the dude's got to live with the fact that he tossed almost $1 billion into the trash. It's a cruel world, right? And it doesn't get much crueler than that. But when I first read about it, all I remember thinking was, holy crap, dude, I could get rich from that crypto stuff. And this was back around spring of 2021 when I first started looking into cryptocurrencies and reading about the markets. I met some really cool people, and then in May of 2021, one of my crypto buddies hit me up with a tip that he thought I might find helpful. A few months prior, before we started talking, he'd spotted a cryptocurrency named Luna that had jumped from 50 cents per token to $6 per token. Such a large spike was obviously of interest to him, so he started reading up on Luna to see what the deal was. And what he read amazed him. It turned out that Luna was just a reserve asset for something called Terra USD, an algorithmic stablecoin designed to retain a 1-to-1 peg with the US dollar. I guess a lot of people will appreciate me translating that into English, so here you go. Terra USD was backed by a ton of investors who all poured millions of dollars into the company who created it. And that's kind of why it was called a stablecoin. With all that money behind it, it couldn't fail, so it remained stable in price. Luna, on the other hand, was an asset that could fluctuate in price per token, but since it was tied to Terra USD, it could never fluctuate too severely and was almost guaranteed to rise in value over time. My buddy told me that he'd waited for a slight dip to buy in, and he did so at $5 per token. But just over a month later, that same $5 token was worth over 4 times as much at $20.71. The currency had then remained somewhat stable for a while before suffering a minor crash, dropping down to around $5 again in May. And that is when my buddy texted me saying it was the perfect time to buy in. He told me he was 99% sure that despite the brief wobble, Luna was about to bounce back in a big way. There was already talk of interest returning, no doubt because of its ties to Terra USD, and my buddy was so confident he bought a bunch more tokens before he decided to text me. That was the thing that really swayed me, and I remember joking with him saying, well, if we go down together. And then since I had a grand total of $490 saved, I bought 100 Luna tokens at $4.81 apiece. When I told her, the girl that I was seeing at the time thought I was nuts, and so did an offline friend of mine named Chris. And when I say offline friend, I mean Chris was both a friend in real life that I knew from high school and someone who didn't pay much attention to stuff online. He had an Instagram account and had played a little Madden with random douchebags from time to time. But apart from that, he was just a regular dude more comfortable with the insides of a car than a computer. He thought I was out of my mind for spending almost $500 on invisible coins, but he wasn't saying that come August time when Luna's value rose from 10 to 20, then $30 per token. And I remember showing him my wallet and he said, "So, can you just cash out whenever you want?" And I explained that no, I had to find a buyer first, but that was easy when a token's value was on the up and up. Then, since the app I was using did that for me, there was a chance that I could make $2,900 profit within less than an hour. And that's when he went from thinking it was all just a scam to realizing there really was something that this whole crypto thing had going on. He sat on my couch, asked me a bunch of questions about it, and I answered everything as best I could given my own limited experience. I was honest too. The same kind of honest people had been with me and told him it was all effectively just gambling. But that in Luna, myself and a whole bunch of other people had found something with potential for long-term stability. It was still a gamble, but it was just about the safest bet out there for the time being. And for the remainder of 2021, Chris would always ask about my crypto wallet every time we hung out, and it was always good news. Every time he was over, he'd see how much Luna had risen in value, and he'd always make some offhand comment about giving me a bunch of money so I could turn him a quick profit. I didn't think that was such a hot idea, and had always given him the advice that I got. Watch the markets for a while, get to know the system, and then be headstrong and patient enough to make the right buys at the right time. To really profit, you had to wait for a crash, and by the holidays of 2021, when Luna had risen from $30 to $60 to $93 and change, it didn't look like one was coming anytime soon. I told him I'd hit him up the moment one happened. After a very brief drop, which I didn't quite think was the right time, Luna dipped all the way down to around $45 a token at the end of January 2022. I gave him a call and told him it was the perfect time to buy himself in. And then, after talking him through the process of obtaining a crypto wallet, I asked him how many coins he wanted to buy. I don't really know what I was expecting to hear. Maybe a figure similar to my own. A nice round number like 100 or 50 given how much more expensive it was by then. And so when Chris told me he wanted not 100, but 300 tokens, I was a little taken aback. I thought I was being kind of wild fronting $4,000. Then there was Chris making an investment of almost $14,000, and he was not a rich guy. When I asked if he was sure, he seemed confident as can be, and I guess he based that confidence on what I told him. Every time Luna took a dip, it came back stronger than ever. So just over a month later, when it had risen from less than 50 to over $100 a token, we both figured he'd made the right choice. Chris's investment was now worth almost $30,000. He'd doubled his money, and as you can imagine, he was very, very happy with me. By the start of April 2022, Luna was almost $120 per token, and my buddy Chris was not only singing my praises every chance he got, but seemed convinced that we were going to be millionaires by the end of the year. I remember one time we were drinking in a bar after a Red Sox game, and he started getting kind of emotional, saying something like, "Dude, I really appreciate what you done for me. This could change my whole life." I told him I doubted that we'd be that rich come the end of the year, and that I was planning on selling my tokens as soon as they hit $150. I'd make an insane profit that way, and if Chris did the same thing, he'd more than triple his money. And then, with a little patience, we could wait for another stable coin to be minted, which wouldn't be long in light of Luna's success, and then start the process all over again. That was my theory anyway, but Chris took it as gospel. I said what I said to try and bring him back down to earth, and maybe it was the Bud Light talking, but he says, "Told you, dude, it might not be this year, but we're gonna get rich off the back of this thing, and I got you to thank for it." In the moment, I felt really proud of myself, honestly. It was probably going to make a ton of money off the back of my Luna purchase, but I'd also helped a friend out too. Not in a life-changing way by any means, but over time, if we played our cards right, the passive income would probably prove to be life-changing. And that was the start of April. And by the end of the year, if the market trends persisted, Luna was estimated to rise to somewhere around $200 a token. But as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. Just a few days after our drunken heart-to-heart in that sports bar, when I felt on top of the world for helping make Chris a little money, Luna took a sharp dip. And then over the next 2 weeks or so, it went from around $120 per token to about $75 per token. Chris called me for reassurance, and I told him what I always did. Every dip was followed by a new peak. It had been that way since Luna was created, and all we had to do was wait a few days for the value to creep back up. It didn't even take 24 hours. The next day, Luna had shot up from the floor price of $75 per token to about a nicer $90 per token. And then after a little more fluctuation, it stabilized at around $95, with every expectation of increasing further in value through May of 2022. Now May starts, and just as predicted, Luna's prices rose again. And then somehow I ended up coming down with this really terrible case of something and was basically bedbound for a couple of days with the exception of trips to the bathroom to puke or poop. And I remember checking my portfolio at one point and seeing Luna had dipped to just under $70 per token. But I wasn't worried, and I had every faith that it'd do its usual thing of skyrocketing to a new high after a period of fluctuation. A lot of stuff after that is kind of hazy, and I remember passing out for at least 13 hours or so once the worst of the sickness was out of me. But then when I woke up at around 3:30 a.m. on May 11th, 2022, a date that'll forever be burned into my brain, I realized my entire world had been turned completely upside down. After tracking Luna's value, I realized that maybe only an hour after I passed out around 13 hours before, it had dropped from just below $70 to $33 per token. A couple of hours later, it sank to $16 per token, and then I literally watched it in real time as it dropped to 15, then 14, then unlucky 13, right before my very eyes. I never thought that I was the fainting type. I had been in a bad accident as a teenager and seen the meat on the inside of my leg when the broken bone tore its way through the skin. I didn't feel lightheaded. I didn't pass out. I just thought, uh-oh, I need an adult. But when I looked at my phone that morning, I saw Luna's value falling and falling and falling, and I had to sit back down on my bed to keep from falling down actually. My head was spinning, my chest felt tight, and I had to keep taking super deep breaths to keep myself from, I don't know, either puking or passing out or descending into some kind of manic freakout. I started checking forums, message boards, and group chats I was in for any clue as to what had happened. I hoped to God I'd read something reassuring, something about Luna being set to bounce back after suffering a glitch or miscalculation in the blockchain or whatever. But I saw the opposite. Luna had crashed and it wasn't coming back. But how the hell had such a stable asset suddenly crashed and burned like that? Okay, so remember how I told you about Luna being tied to that Terra USD, and how that was tied to the US dollar to keep everything nice and stable? Well, that turned out to be a lie. The dudes who created it told everyone it was supposed to maintain a 1-to-1 peg with the US dollar, but that was nothing but a ruse to lure investors into what was ultimately a kind of unconventional Ponzi scheme. In other words, it was a scam, a very well disguised one that fooled a lot of people, and I fell for it too. But then in doing so, I hadn't just lost $400 of my own money. Chris had lost tens of thousands of dollars, and he was pissed. When I woke up from my super sleep, one of the things that had me suspecting something was wrong was the fact that I had like 50 missed calls from Chris, along with almost 24 text messages too. I guess he got an alert that Luna was crashing, and then went into full-blown panic mode while I was passed out. His text progressed from stuff like, "Bro, are you seeing this?" and "Dude, this cannot be happening right now," to stuff like, "Pick up the effing phone, bro," and "Are you ducking me right now? Pick up the phone." I remember tapping the little call symbol, very frantic, and then getting nothing but rings until I hit voicemail. I told Chris to call me back as soon as he was awake because even though his last call had come almost 40 minutes prior, I figured that he had to sleep since 4 a.m. was fast approaching at that point. But part of me doubted that he was asleep, mainly because there was no way that I'd be sleeping if I was in his position. And I was right, because maybe only 15 to 20 minutes later, someone started buzzing my apartment from downstairs. I have one of those little intercoms, the kind with a little screen so you can see and talk to the person buzzing you, and I had a pretty good idea of who it was before I saw. It was Chris, but he didn't look angry. He just looked almost deflated. I pressed the intercom button and told him to come on up, and then I walked back into my kitchen to turn on my coffee machine and let it warm up, because I figured that we had a long and painful heart-to-heart ahead of us. I grabbed 2 cups from the cabinet, and then heard Chris's footsteps in the hallway outside. I started walking to the door and then said something to him like, "Hey man, I'll open up." And he responded by slamming what sounded like a fist into the door before growling, "Open the F up." He sounded completely sauced, like drunk as a goddamn skunk, so instead of just opening the door, I took a look through the peephole and then saw Chris literally swaying back and forth on the other side of the door. It wasn't like a dramatic swaying, it was very subtle, but that's how drunk he'd gotten himself, so drunk he could barely stand. I remember how my hands reached for the latch and door handle before suddenly, I paused. I had this flash of an ultra-drunk Chris smashing up my apartment like a bowl in a china shop after some boozed-up argument descended into violence. I thought maybe I was just overthinking it, but no sooner had that thought popped into my head, Chris slammed his fist into the door again with a loud yell saying, "Open the effing door, we need to talk." And that feeling came back fast, the one that made me think letting him inside wasn't such a good idea. And so I suggested he go back home and just sleep it off so we can talk about it over the phone come the morning. I even suggested I'd order him an Uber on my dime by way of an apology for not picking up his calls. And then I was halfway into explaining how sick I'd been when something slammed into the door so hard it made me jump back. I figured he was trying to kick my door in because I heard bam, then bam, and then bam, one each harder than the last. I started yelling at Chris to stop, and he gave the door a few more kicks before he stopped. But then he launched into some sloppy drunk rant about how he was going to kill me when he'd finished kicking my door down. I tried explaining what happened with Luna, as in why it had crashed and all of that, but it was no good. He was yelling too loud to hear me, and even if he wasn't, I don't think he was lucid enough to even understand. He kept saying, "Open the door, James, open the door," in a way that honestly sounded like he was losing his mind, and that alone scared the crap out of me. But I also was faced with the very real possibility of having to violently defend myself against one of my best friends, and that's a feeling that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. The kind that makes tears well up in my eyes just thinking about it now, even all these years later. And in the moment, I knew I should call the cops, but I couldn't. I couldn't do that to him. Part of me figured that I could just talk him down, but the other part knew I couldn't. I remember thinking that maybe just seeing me holding a knife might shock some sense into him, but I couldn't bring myself to go get one either. I just kept saying, "Please, man, don't do this. This isn't you." But Chris didn't stop. Not until I heard someone else out in the corridor yelling at him to stop. I recognized that voice of my neighbor from down the hallway, but I also recognized the fear and surprise in Chris's voice when I heard him angrily say back, okay, I'll stop." I knew my neighbor must have been pointing a gun at him or something, because when I looked through the peephole, Chris literally had his hands in the air as he backed away from the door. And then I heard my neighbor yell at him to get out of there before he gets himself shot. Chris kind of came to his senses, I suppose, in that moment. And I thank God that he didn't bring his own gun, and I know he owns one, so we all quite literally dodged a bullet with that one. And then maybe 10 or 20 seconds after my neighbor came to the rescue, Chris staggered out of my apartment building and presumably went to his car. I thanked my neighbor a whole bunch, and he'd already called the cops, so one arrived not long after to ask what had happened. And while I told him everything, start to finish, I also said that I didn't want to press charges against Chris because he wasn't in his right mind. I remember telling the cop about all the crypto he lost, and when I told him the amount, he said, "How much did you guys lose?" He couldn't believe it. He didn't even know what crypto was, really. Before he left, he advised me to keep my distance from Chris for a couple of days. A phone call might be an idea, as he might be happy to hear that I wasn't pressing charges. But I wasn't to do something stupid like show up on his doorstep, otherwise it might be me getting a gun pointed in my face. I tried calling, but he didn't answer. I tried texting, but he didn't reply. I tried contacting Chris on Instagram, and he blocked me. And then I tried asking his girlfriend and mutual friends to pass on messages, but none came back. I figured he'd stay mad for a few days, maybe a week or two tops, because sooner or later, he had to figure out that it wasn't my fault. But as much as it breaks my heart to say it, that didn't happen. And the way Chris saw it, I was either dumb enough to have lost him his money, or I was in on the scam, and I'd stolen it somehow, and either way, he was done with me. I didn't know it at the time, but that night when he screamed at me from behind a locked door, that was the last time we'd ever talk. And there marked the end of my crypto journey. I didn't throw away a laptop with almost $1 billion, but I threw away a friendship, and those are worth more than money could ever buy. Born on September 20th of 1961 in Baltimore, Maryland, Sharon Rena Lopatka was the first of 4 daughters born to Mr. and Mrs. Abraham J. Denberg. As a young lady, she was a cantor at the Beth Tefillah Synagogue in nearby Pikesville and was a part of her high school sports teams and choir club. Peers described her as being as normal as you can get. And then sometime following her graduation in 1979, she began dating a construction worker named Victor Lopatka. Sharon's Orthodox parents didn't entirely approve of the relationship, but that didn't deter her in the slightest. She moved into his Hampstead tract house in 1990, and they married the following year. In 1995, Sharon and Victor were living in Ellicott City, and to bring in a little extra cash each month, Sharon began an online advertising business based out of their home. Her first venture, House of Dion, sold mail-order home decor guides for $7 apiece. An advertisement on the website read, "Home decorating secrets seen in the posh homes from the New England states to the Hollywood homes can now be yours. Never published before. Quick, easy ways to decorate your home." Sharon proved such an effective advertiser that she was able to begin selling her copywriting skills for $50 per copy, and did so under the trading name Classified Concepts. Victor, who was initially skeptical of a nascent internet's money-making potential, was as proud as he was surprised by his wife's success. He encouraged her to continue her enterprising ways, which resulted in Sharon spending more and more time on the internet. In addition to her copywriting and home decor guide businesses, Sharon began managing the sales department for several websites offering psychic readings to its users. She also negotiated herself a percentage of sales from other services, some with premium rate telephone numbers by advertising them on her websites. Within just a few short months, Sharon had transformed their home computer into a home enterprise, and it's clear she recognized the internet's near limitless capacity for commerce. Yet unfortunately, in her quest to provide for her family, Sharon began venturing into the seedy underbelly of the Let's Read YouTube channel. Yet unfortunately, in her quest to provide for her family, Sharon began venturing into the seedy underbelly of the World Wide Web. Even in the internet's earliest years, the adult entertainment industry fielded a strong presence, having recognized the potential for widespread distribution and subscription-based payment systems. Sharon was no different, and immediately saw what a huge demand there was for online adult entertainment. With her strengths lying in marketing, Sharon offered her services to a number of distributors, and once again found a huge demand for her lucrative skill set. Yet it wasn't long before Sharon observed another pattern of online behavior. The more extreme the adult entertainment, the more money there was to be made. Sharon noticed that those interested in the more extreme varieties, which depicted subjects being restrained, hypnotized, or chloroformed, would pay double, or sometimes triple what consumers of milder varieties were willing to hand over. And to her, it was a no-brainer. She could receive up to 3 times her regular rate of pay for the same amount of work, and so, under the pseudonym of Nancy Carlson, she once again raised her salary ceiling, much to the delight of her husband. As Sharon began tailoring her online expertise to the more perverse and depraved, she began selling her undergarments, and it's here that her interests appeared to shift from professional to personal. She transformed the mere pseudonym of Nancy Carlson into a full-blown online persona, and while visiting obscene chat rooms, would pretend to be a 300-pound dominatrix who starred in several adult films. It's believed Sharon would offer a certain kind of online chat session in exchange for cash, which once again contributed to her ever-rising revenue. But somewhere along the way, her behavior took a dark turn. She began posting advertisements which claimed her ultimate fantasy was to be kidnapped, tortured, and killed by a masked stranger, and did so with such authenticity that it generated a huge amount of activity. Some offered to fulfill her fantasies, while others, such as a user named Tanith, felt Sharon was going too far. Tanith, who claimed to be some kind of online activist, appeared concerned for Sharon's mental health and gently warned her of the potential consequences. But Sharon did not explain that her posts were eccentric entrepreneurialism, nor did she claim that they were just unrealistic fantasies. Instead, she replied, "I want the real thing. I did not ask for you to preach to me." It was a Sunday morning on October 13th of 1996 when Sharon told her husband she was driving over to Georgia to meet some old friends. Her husband wished her a safe trip, then went about his day as normal. But Sharon was not headed to Georgia. Instead, she drove for 45 minutes towards Baltimore's Pennsylvania station, then arrived in Charlotte, North Carolina at around 8:45 p.m. Around the same time she arrived in Charlotte, Sharon's husband noticed a handwritten note she'd left lying on the kitchen table. It's not clear exactly what was written, but not only did Sharon request that her husband refrain from searching for her, but she wrote, "If my body is never retrieved, don't worry. Know that I'm at peace." Victor rushed to inform police that his wife was missing and potentially in danger, but it was already too late. Sharon had already met with the man she'd made an unholy arrangement with, Robert Glass. For nearly 16 years, Robert Frederick Glass lived an unremarkable life as a computer analyst working for the government of Catawba County. He wed a woman named Sherry, with whom he'd shared 3 children, and their marriage lasted 14 happy years until May of 1996, when Sherry logged onto her husband's computer. There in Robert's email account, Sherry found several emails she later described as raw, violent, and disturbing. Under the usernames Toyman and Slowhand, Robert had secretly been visiting illicit chat rooms for years. But he wasn't simply swapping pillow talk with like-minded strangers. He seemed to delight in the prospect of inflicting suffering on the innocent, and he did so in a way that suggested it was far more than just a mere fantasy. Sherry promptly filed for divorce, and given the nature of his indiscretion, Robert Glass lost access to his children. This proved understandably devastating for Robert, but instead of pulling himself away from such perversions and living a cleaner existence, he poured himself into his depravities as a coping mechanism. Over the months that followed, Robert sank deeper and deeper into debauchery and grew steadily more fixated on the thrill of inflicting suffering and taking lives. Then eventually, in August of 1996, Robert Glass found one of Sharon's posts, and the two began an unhealthy and obsessive online affair. They exchanged 900 pages worth of emails in just over a month, before eventually coming to a nightmarish agreement. They would meet up, then after a few final days of depravity, Robert would end Sharon's life. During the missing persons investigation that followed her husband's report, detectives gained access to Sharon's computer, and it's here they discovered the exact nature of her communications with Robert Glass. Maryland detectives swiftly contacted their North Carolina counterparts, who arranged for Glass's home to be put under surveillance. Officers then spent 24 hours staking out his house, but there were no sightings of Sharon Lopatka. And then finally on October 25th, a judge issued a search warrant for the home and police swooped in. Inside the house, officers discovered several of Sharon's belongings in addition to bondage equipment and drug paraphernalia. They also uncovered a .357 Magnum handgun along with several computer disks which appeared to contain child exploitation material. But it wasn't until officers searched the home's backyard that they made the most chilling discovery of them all. Buried under a mound of soil around 75 feet from the house, officers unearthed body parts belonging to Sharon Lopatka. Glass was at work when he was arrested, and then after being charged with first-degree murder, he was held without bond at the Caldwell County Jail. He pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and exploitation charges on January 27th of the year 2000, and was sentenced to between 3 and 6 years in the Avery Mitchell Correctional Institution. Glass was also sentenced to an additional 27 months on federal charges of second-degree minor exploitation to be served consecutively. In an interview conducted during his imprisonment, Glass admitted to fulfilling Sharon's torture fantasy, but was quick to add that her death was an accident. "I don't know how much I pulled the rope," he said, "but I never wanted to kill her." John Butts, the chief state medical examiner of North Carolina, agreed with Glass's claim that the strangling was accidental. Police did not. They described the death as intentional, and unfortunately for Glass, they had 900 pages of written evidence to support their claim that Sharon's murder was both intentional and premeditated. The Lopatka case was reportedly the first in which a murder suspect was put in custody by a police department based purely on email evidence. Then, in its aftermath, most of the media coverage emphasized the dangerous consequences of meeting strangers from the internet. Several people requested that a type of censorship be created to better protect humans from killings like that of Lopatka's. Scott Bradner, a consultant with Harvard University's Office of Information Technology, vehemently disagreed. "Blaming the medium for the difficulty of some people who exist in society is wrong," he said. "It's the Luddites of the world who claim new technology is inherently evil." Sharon's case might be symbolic of the risks associated with spending too much time online, but her malady is not a new one. One evening in September of the year 1791, a Czech composer living in London named František Kocwara decided to visit a lady of the night. A few hours later, once the pair had eaten dinner, Kocwara paid Susanna Hill 2 shillings before requesting she castrate him. Hill refused, but agreed to strangle Kocwara during intimacy. But then, by the time they were finished, he was dead. One of the first recorded cases of what we might call carnal asphyxiation, Susanna Hill was charged with František Kocwara's murder. But following her trial at the Old Bailey on September 16th, the jury accepted her testimony and she was acquitted on all charges. Robert Glass, on the other hand, received no such mercy. He was incarcerated at the Avery Mitchell Correctional Institution in North Carolina, then spent the next 2 years as an exemplary prisoner who appeared racked with regret. The guilt seemed to have weighed heavily on Glass's heart too, because on February 20th of 2002, just 2 weeks before he was set to be released, he suffered a massive myocardial infarction. Glass was rushed to the Spruce Pine Community Hospital, but was later pronounced dead at exactly 1:30 a.m. the following morning. His death marked the end of a terrifying chapter in the history of digital criminality and illustrates what can happen when dark, violent fantasies collide with the harsh light of reality. My name's Ben, and in the summer of 2008, me and a few friends decided that we'd go to the Leeds Festival. And for those that don't know, Leeds Fest is a 3-day music and camping event that's named after where it's held. In years prior, the mostly indie band lineup had never interested us, but when the 2008 lineup was announced, that all changed. Leeds 2007 featured the likes of Arcade Fire and Kings of Leon, with Fall Out Boy delivering a twist of pop-punk. But then in 2008, some of the first acts announced were Slipknot, Metallica, and most importantly, Rage Against the Machine. I had been a huge fan of Rage ever since I saw the music video for Sleep Now in the Fire around the year 2000. But since I was only 12 when I got into them, and considering they broke up just a year after that, I thought my chance to see them live had very much come and gone. I was ecstatic in 2007 when rumors of their reformation circulated, but even when they did, I thought that they'd just do a few shows up in the US, but never tour Europe. So when it was announced that they were playing Leeds, I fought tooth and nail to get a ticket, and so did my friends. And to get there, we convinced my friend's dad to drive us down in the back of his van, but not like a people carrier. I'm talking like a big white van with nothing but storage space in the back. And this was very illegal, but very cool, like we were being smuggled into an actual music festival. The vibes were great from there on out, and that first day, we caught Dropkick Murphys, Feeder, Tenacious D, and Metallica. But sadly not Slipknot, as Joey Jordison, rest in peace to the drum god, had to pull out with some health issues. We all headed back to the tents, had a few drinks, and then woke up on that Saturday raring to go. We all liked Metallica, but we had Queens of the Stone Age and Rage to look forward to, so we spent the whole day floating from show to show in anticipation of the big two come the end of the day. The thing is, we weren't the only ones. With them being such a massive band, Queens of the Stone Age pulled a huge audience, and as their set came to a close, the legions of people who'd bought a ticket purely for Rage Against the Machine started filtering through the crowd and closer to the stage. My friends and I did the same. Not pushing, but just weaving through the groups of people until we were as close as possible to the band we'd all come to see. The only problem was, that's exactly what everyone else did too. As more and more people pushed their way towards the front, people nearer the back started bunching up too. And before long, my friends and I were all squished together and there was barely room to move. We weren't uncomfortable just yet. Having your personal space violated is all part of the festival experience. But after the band took the stage, then opened with Bulls on Parade, everything changed. As you can imagine, everyone went mental when Rage played their first song, and there was enough moving and jumping around that it opened up a bit of space. But when they finished and went into their second, the crush started. One of my friends, who wasn't that much of a Rage fan, recognized what was coming immediately and said something along the lines of, "I'm getting out of here." But the rest of us stayed, thinking it couldn't get any worse. But it did. I remember hearing a girl scream, but not out of enthusiasm. Her friend had passed out and she wasn't strong enough to hold her up. I saw someone trying to help the two girls, but almost everyone else was too distracted by the music and the band on stage to pay attention to anything else. They were right in the middle of the mosh pit too, so people were smashing into them, and after they fell down, they were in real danger of getting trampled by the people who surged forward whenever there was space. I tried to push through the crowd to give the lad helping them a hand, but I realized I couldn't. The crush where I was at was so bad it was getting hard to breathe. If memory serves, Rage were about to launch into their second song, but then they suddenly stopped playing to call attention to what was occurring. People at the front, the ones being crushed up against the metal barriers, were passing out because they couldn't breathe. Security was having to shove people back before dragging the unconscious ones over the barriers, and when Rage's lead singer saw this, he stopped the show and ordered the stage lights to be turned up so people could see what was going on. I had totally lost my friends by then. The crush took us all different ways as people were pushed together and apart and away from one another. The sense of helplessness was horrible, and although I never really got the sense that I might die, I knew that there was a chance others hadn't gotten so lucky. But as a friend of mine pointed out, there was a kind of naive ignorance in me thinking that, which probably amounts to some kind of mental shield. If the band hadn't stopped the gig when they did, then I really could have been one of those getting crushed or trampled on, and the longer it went on, the worse it would have gotten. Just look at what happened with that Astroworld festival in America. It's absolutely terrifying to know that me and my friends were just minutes away from a very similar, if not identical, outcome. The second there was enough space, I started pushing my way through the crowd quite forcefully, and I won't lie, I was properly panicking by then, and I didn't care if I'd waited almost a decade to see Rage Against the Machine. It wasn't worth losing my life over. The crowd was still so dense in parts that I had to literally shove my way through, and some people didn't take too kindly to that, but I remember one guy tried patting me on the back as I brushed up against him, so he must have read it on my face that I'd been in the crush and was just in survival mode. Once the crowd started to thin out, I remember stopping by another set of barriers with a gap near it, one which loads of people were walking through as they headed back to their tents. I could still see Rage playing, but I mainly stopped there to keep an eye out for my friends. I didn't know if any of them had been the ones dragged over the barriers or if they had been trampled in that mosh pit gone wrong, so as they filed past, one by one over the course of Rage's set, it was a huge relief, and there were many man hugs to go around. We were all quite shaken, and while no one was seriously hurt, our one friend Danny came out the worst of it because he'd fallen into the pit and had his face literally jumped on at one point. There was this massive half-scrape, half-burn type injury on his cheekbone where it really did look like a rubber sole had smashed into his face before slipping. I'd never seen a wound like that, honestly. We asked if he wanted to go to the medical tent or whatever, and he was a bit worried about a concussion and all that, so we went and got him checked out before heading back to our tents. There, we drank away our sorrows that the show of a lifetime had been so scary and anticlimactic. I'd looked forward to it for months, and then 3 minutes in, I'd rather have been anywhere else on the planet, and it sucked. We spent the next day just kind of chilling, catching a band here and there, but mostly just moping around and being gutted that Rage had gone so badly. But it wasn't just that. And looking back on it, it's weird that we kind of pushed all these thoughts to the back of our minds, probably so we wouldn't have to address it and we could at least try to enjoy the rest of the festival. But then after we got back and found out people had heard about the crush, there was no hiding from it. A few people had to go to the hospital because of how badly they'd been crushed, and the fact that we hadn't been in the worst parts of the crush was a matter of pure luck. If we'd been a little closer to that stage and Rage hadn't had the presence of mind to stop the gig when they did, the situation could have been much, much worse. In the pre-dawn hours of a cool September morning back in 1998, the sleepy English town of Charbury in Oxfordshire was stirred by the low hum of police vans as they converged on a small two-story home on Crowborough Villas. The detached house, a faded Victorian property with peeling paint and a small front yard, was their target's last known address. Intelligence suggested he lived alone and was deeply paranoid, often keeping erratic hours and using multiple exits and entrances on the off chance he was being tailed. A dog unit stood ready in case he attempted to flee via the back garden, through which he had access to the dense woodlands which surrounded the town. Acting on a tip from the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, the dawn raid was timed for 5 a.m. sharp, an hour when only the farmers working surrounding fields would have stirred from their slumber. Oxfordshire police had managed to piece together a vast web of clues and evidence, including private emails and computer metadata. All had pointed back to the terraced house on Crowborough Villas, while suggesting its resident was part of a colossal global network of child-abusing cybercriminals. At 4:55 a.m., a team of 12 tactically clad officers from Oxfordshire Police assembled outside the house. One stepped forward, his fist hammering on the door before he yelled, "Police, open the door now." While no response came, a battering ram splintered the front door's lock, and the officers flooded inside. The ground floor was a mess of stacked newspapers and unwashed dishes, with the smell of old cigarettes hanging in the air. Torch beams swept the darkened rooms as officers moved methodically, clearing the living room and kitchen. Upstairs, they found 28-year-old Ian Baldock in a back bedroom, startled awake and scrambling to pull on a jacket. "Hands up, don't move," an officer barked. Baldock froze, his face pale in the flashlight's glare. He knew the game was up, and that escape was impossible. By 6:30 a.m., as first light crept over the village, Baldock was being loaded into a police van. Drawn by the commotion, neighbors peered from windows, whispering about the man they'd known as a quiet, shifty figure who was rarely seen in local pubs such as Ye Old Three Horseshoes. The raid disrupted the morning calm, with police tape fluttering across the property and officers standing ground as forensic teams arrived to carry away Baldock's computer. The seizure and arrest resulted from months of solid work, with Baldock being the first domino in a chain that would eventually take down one of the world's largest child exploitation networks. This is the story of Operation Cathedral. Launched in 1998, the advent of Operation Cathedral stands as a pivotal moment in the fight against child exploitation on the internet. It specifically targeted the Wonderland Club, a secretive international child exploitation ring that operated entirely online. The club's name, taken from the Lewis Carroll story Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, masked a horrifying reality. They constituted a network of individuals who produced, shared, and traded in child exploitation material on an unprecedented scale. The operation, which involved law enforcement agencies from multiple countries, not only dismantled the club, but also exposed the complexities of combating cybercrime at a time when the internet was still relatively new. The investigation that led to Operation Cathedral began in the United States in 1996, when the FBI uncovered evidence of a large-scale child exploitation material network during an unrelated investigation into domestic cybercrime. This initial discovery became part of a broader FBI operation known as Innocent Images, which aimed to combat the growing problem of child exploitation on the internet. As the operation progressed, the FBI uncovered a group of individuals who were using the internet to share material. Yet after just a short period of surveillance, it became clear that they were part of a much larger international network, the Wonderland Club. The Wonderland Club was not some loosely affiliated group of perverts, but rather a rigorously structured hierarchy that enforced strict membership rules. In order to join, prospective members not only had to provide the organization with at least 10,000 images of child exploitation, but they had to ensure these images had not already been circulated within the group. This requirement made sure that the club's library of exploitation material grew continuously and exponentially, making it one of the largest repositories of such material in human history. The club operated online using encrypted communication channels, which made it difficult for law enforcement to track the identities of its members. They also instituted a strict hierarchical structure, including ranks based on the quantity and quality of the material contributed, with higher-ranking members having access to more exclusive content. It was later revealed that the club had members in at least 14 countries, so given the international scope of the network, the FBI reached out to law enforcement agencies in those countries to coordinate a global response. The UK's National Crime Agency took the lead, working closely with the FBI and other international partners to gather intelligence and plan a coordinated takedown of the network. This collaboration was essential, as the internet's borderless nature meant that no single country could tackle the problem alone. One of the most significant challenges detectives faced in investigating the Wonderland Club was the group's use of encryption and other methods to conceal their activities. Members communicated almost entirely through what are known as anonymous remailers, which strip identifying information from emails and use encryption to protect the content of messages and files. Additionally, the club's decentralized structure meant that there was no single server or hub that could be easily targeted. Instead, members shared material directly with one another through peer-to-peer networks. To overcome such obstacles, law enforcement employed a combination of traditional investigative techniques along with cutting-edge cyber forensics. Undercover officers began infiltrating the club by posing as potential members. Then, once they gained access to the group's communications, they were able to begin gathering evidence on individual crimes. But this was a delicate and dangerous process, as any potential misstep could alert the club's members to the investigation and cause them to scatter into the darkest depths of the internet. Another challenge was the sheer volume of material officers had to sift through. The Wonderland Club's library was estimated to contain over 250,000 images and almost 1,800 videos of child abuse stored on computers, disks, and other media. Analyzing this material in order to identify victims and perpetrators required significant resources and expertise. It also forced agencies to develop new tools and techniques to handle the scale of forensic data, including cutting-edge software programs that categorized and matched images to known victims. Yet while it would undoubtedly be a force for good, the investigation also raised important legal and ethical questions. For example, in order to gather evidence, undercover officers had to engage with the club's members, and in some instances, view or even share exploitation material. This raised concerns about the potential for law enforcement to inadvertently contribute to the exploitation of children, even if it was in the pursuit of justice. To address this, strict protocols were put in place to ensure that any actions taken by undercover officers were carefully controlled and that the focus remained on identifying and rescuing victims. Yet the issue is still reminiscent of a Friedrich Nietzsche quote from his work Beyond Good and Evil. "He who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you." After 2 years of solid investigation, Operation Cathedral culminated in a series of coordinated raids which took place on September 2nd of 1998. Law enforcement agencies in 13 countries, including the UK, the US, Australia, Germany, and Italy, executed simultaneous search warrants, then swiftly arrested suspects to prevent the club's members from warning one another. In total, over 100 individuals were arrested, and a vast amount of evidence was seized, including computers, hard drives, and other digital storage devices. One of the most high-profile arrests was that of Gary Salt, a British man who was found to be a key member of the club. Salt's home contained a large collection of exploitation material, and he was later sentenced to 12 years in prison for his despicable contributions. While over in the United States, the FBI arrested a man from California who was found to have over 100,000 images on his computer. Thankfully, the raids led to the identification of several child victims, including a 10-year-old American girl who was rescued after images of her abuse were found in the possession of a club member. This underscored the real-world impact of the operation, as it not only dismantled the network, but also saved children from ongoing exploitation. Despite the operation being a complete success, the legal outcomes of Operation Cathedral varied wildly depending on the jurisdiction. For example, in the UK, several members of the Wonderland Club were convicted and received significant prison sentences. But while the likes of Gary Salt were sentenced to 12 years, another member, David Hines, received a sentence of just 30 months in prison. In the United States, sentences were much more severe, with some individuals receiving up to 20 years in prison for even the most minor of involvements. But not all arrests led to convictions, and in some cases, insufficient evidence or legal technicalities resulted in charges being dropped. There is, however, a silver lining to that dark, dark cloud, in that it exposes gaps in legal frameworks, especially in countries where laws against child exploitation are either outdated or insufficient to address the scale and nature of the crimes. Naturally, this has led to calls for stronger legislation and better international cooperation to combat online child exploitation, and brick by brick, gaps in the defenses are being filled. Operation Cathedral also had a profound impact on law enforcement practices. It served as a model for future efforts, such as Operation Avalanche in 2001 and Operation Ore in 2002, both of which targeted similar networks. In response to the operation, several countries introduced new initiatives aimed at improving online safety, including public awareness campaigns and the development of software to block access to harmful content. The operation also raised public awareness about the dangers of the internet, particularly for children, and highlighted the need for education and resources to protect them from online predators. By dismantling the Wonderland Club, law enforcement agencies not only brought perpetrators to justice, but also rescued victims and prevented further harm. The operation's legacy lives on in the continued efforts to combat child exploitation online, serving as a reminder of both the progress that has been made and the challenges that lie ahead. As the internet continues to evolve, so too must the strategies used to protect the most vulnerable. But with determination, cooperation, and innovation, even the most secretive and sophisticated criminal networks can be brought to justice. My name's Sarah, and going to a music festival a few years back was somehow one of the best and worst decisions I have ever made in my life. It wasn't a huge festival, and the guys who organized it were total idiots, so I don't want to give them any free promotion by saying which one it was. But it took place in the middle of nowhere, in a whole bunch of fields, and it was mostly EDM all night until dawn. We bought our tickets online, bought camping equipment, and the whole deal. And we were super stoked to attend, and while that first night was amazing, the second night, not so much. A friend and I had been dancing in a big tent together to a DJ we both liked, then after his set was over, we decided to take a break and get some water. Once we were outside, she realized that she needed to go do something related to feminine hygiene. I offered to join her, if only for the company, and she said no, it was fine, that she'd just go to our tent and come straight back again. I was like, okay, cool, and then watched her walk off before heading back inside with my water. Now, I'm a girl in my 20s. I work out and I've been told I'm pretty, so I'm used to a certain amount of male attention, and I'm not obnoxious about it. I usually just lie and tell the guy I have a boyfriend, even in situations where I might kind of be into a guy, because I don't want to have to play the dating game when I'm just trying to have fun with friends, you know? I'd already had one or two guys shoot their shot with me, and they'd taken it like gentlemen when I kind of told them to buzz off. But then this one guy started trying to dance with me. Some dumb, sloppy drunk in a dirty white tee who smelled like stale beer and cigarettes, and he would not take no for an answer. It got to the point where I just wasn't having fun anymore, So I waited for an opportune moment to slip away from the guy and then walked all the way outside the tent to wait for my friend outside. I thought that I'd given the guy the slip at first, like I really did wait till his back was turned away and darted off into the crowd and toward the exit. But somehow he managed to tail me outside and then started asking where I was going and why I was ditching him. Now I said, "I told you 20 times already, I have a boyfriend." But then he says, "Oh, that's chill. We're just vibing out, you know?" But in a way that was clearly not friend-zoning me in the minimal. Things were actually starting to get pretty heated, with the guy saying something along the lines of, "What the hell's your goddamn problem? You think you're better than me?" And then suddenly, a stranger stepped in. "Lisa," the stranger said, like they were pleasantly surprised to see me. "Oh my god, what the hell are you doing here? Mom didn't tell me you were home from college." And to make it clear, I had never seen this person before in my life, and I'd never been to college. But they seemed to insist that me and him were cousins. He mentioned it like twice in quick succession, then turned to the guy bothering me, saying, "And who's this guy? Are you gonna introduce me?" I told him I didn't know the guy, and then my new cousin turned to him and said, "Hey man, I get you two were hanging out, but do you mind if we have ourselves a little cousin catch-up time? It's been a while since me and Lisa have seen each other." Now my name is not Lisa, but I just went with it, and the guy bothering me seemed to swallow that hook, line, and sinker. The stranger even topped it off with a bit of a playful but firm, "You're not about to start hitting on my cousin right in front of me, are you, bruh?" Incredibly, the guy that had been bothering me, who'd been aggravated to the point I thought that he might start a fight, just laughed. It was like the kind stranger had rolled a charisma check in D&D and then hit a perfect natural 20 right there in front of me. The guy bothering me then says, "Me? Nah man, it's all good. I'm just out here vibing." Then after reaching in to give us both fist pumps, he wandered back into the big tent to rejoin the party. I remember turning to the kind stranger, half stunned and half impressed, before thanking him for stepping in so masterfully. He said it was no problem, and that the cousin trick had worked a bunch of times before. He then introduced himself as Aaron, and I jokingly introduced myself as Lisa before telling him my real name. I explained the situation, and not just that the guy had been bugging me, but that I had been waiting for my friend to come back out from our tent. It then occurred to me that she'd been an unusually long time, like way longer than either of us expected, and that it might be an idea to go check on her now. And I said that to Aaron, saying it was nice meeting him and I was grateful for him stepping in, but that I had to go find my friend because I was worried about her. He then suggested he accompany me to keep annoying guys at bay, kind of like a free bodyguard, and I just say, "All right, sure, why not?" We started walking and talking, swapping festival stories and talking about which DJs we enjoyed so far, and Aaron seemed like a great guy. He'd gotten a ride with a few friends of his who were apparently off seeing a DJ he wasn't a huge fan of, so he decided to kind of wander around soaking up the vibes and discovering some new music. That's when he saw me. I told him, before he got the wrong idea, that I had a boyfriend. This was a lie, but like I said, it's pretty liberating not feeling that dating pressure or having to assume a guy has ulterior motives when it seems like he's just being nice. Aaron then says, "I figured you might be taken, but that's not what I'm about," and explained he too was in a relationship, but that it was complicated. I asked if all his vocabulary was taken from Facebook relationship statuses, and he just sort of laughed and asked if that's how I was thanking him for saving my ass, with insults. And we went back and forth like that for a while, and I'll admit, I started really enjoying Aaron's company. But as he passed the area his tent was at, he asked me to wait a minute while he went and got something from his bag. I said sure, and then a minute later, he came back with 2 bottles of water. Now, it was a super warm evening, but the humidity was out of this world. So while there was a lot of alcohol being drunk, there was a butt ton of water being drank too, mainly by people who were on things other than booze. Aaron then comes back with 2 unopened bottles of water and offers me one. I had my own water bottle, but It was only a quarter full and warm, and I probably could have used a fresh one. But accepting a fresh bottle of water from Aaron would have also broken the #1 rule of festivals or raves for me. Do not, under any circumstances, accept drinks from people you do not trust with your life. That's probably the oldest, most tried, and most tested rule of raving and nightclubbing, and it's usually the first thing most girls learn whenever they head out into the night for the first time. Rules, as they say, are written in blood, and if that is true, this chapter is a long one. I feel like everyone knows someone who's been spiked at a party these days, or someone who at least got scared that they were having too much to drink on an empty stomach. So it's one of these things that's firmly built into what you might call the collective consciousness of girls. And this meant that the second Aaron offered me the water bottle, I was instantly sort of like, nah. I didn't voice any of my suspicions out loud. I didn't want to offend the guy, but I also think that he took a major hint when I said, "No thanks, I'm good." And then he responds, "Huh, okay. I guess I'll keep it handy if you change your mind." And I remember thinking, I definitely won't be changing my mind about that water anytime soon. But I thanked him anyway, and we kept on walking towards where me and my friend were camped out. I guess that might sound super odd to some. Like I mistrust the guy enough that I won't drink his water, but I'm okay with him walking me up to my tent. I suppose it is kind of contradictory, but I didn't make the rules when it comes to keeping safe at events like this. I just follow them, and they've worked out for me so far. Anyway, Aaron and I wandered back to my tent, chatting back and forth the whole time, and I remember getting some really good vibes from him. But then, when we get back to the tent, I excused myself to go check on my friend. I was worried she might not be there, in which case, where the hell was she? But not only was she in the tent, but she was fast asleep and snoring. I woke her up to check on her, and she apologized for not texting after explaining that she was just exhausted. She only planned on taking a power nap, but she must have totally slept through the alarm. I said it was fine. I was just relieved to know that she was okay. But since I didn't feel like settling down just yet, I'd be back in a few hours after taking a walk around the festival site. I already made it up in my mind that Aaron was chill enough to take another walk with, even if I didn't quite trust him enough to drink his water yet. And so I wished her good night, zipped our tent back up, and then stepped my way through the mess of guide ropes to where Aaron was waiting for me. And in so many words, I explained the situation and that I had a couple of hours to spare. And then Aaron said that we should just keep going on what we've been doing, walking and talking, and since I thought that was a good idea, I accepted. I didn't feel much like dancing, and it was so late that all the food places had closed up for the night. And so we ended up just wandering around, soaking up the vibes on what was an unusually warm summer night. And so after maybe an hour walking around, I asked for the second bottle of water that he was carrying. And I remember him kind of laughing like, "I thought you'd never ask." But after I reminded him how careful girls and boys have to be about spiking, he agreed my caution was fair. And I drank some of Aaron's water. We walked and talked some more, and before long, I noticed that we'd walked all the way to the very edge of the festival site, where it was super dark and very quiet. We traced the edge of the area, and Aaron started to get a little flirty, but I figured that he'd earned a chance to shoot his shot once he'd been walking around with me for so long. But then, it struck me. This very, very concerning thing that we'd made our way to the quietest part of the site, just as I started to feel kind of sick and lightheaded. And it also struck me as really concerning that the feeling of nausea and shakiness had come on right as I was halfway through the water Aaron had given me. I didn't tell him what I suspected. I just asked if we could walk back to the tent, and then started walking very quickly back towards a well-lit public area. Aaron asked if I was okay, and although I told him I was fine, I was feeling more and more shaky and lightheaded with each step I took. I realized that if whatever I was feeling was the result of something I drank, I needed to empty my stomach, and fast. So I made a beeline for the tree line to stick 2 fingers down my throat, but not after telling Aaron, "Don't you follow me," before I did. And I puked my guts up, till nothing but bile came out of my stomach and it was completely empty. And then as I wiped my face clean and wandered back towards Aaron, I felt my head clear. I realized it was probably just the crappy alcohol and lack of decent food making my stomach rebel on me, because almost as soon as I'd puked, I started to feel a bit better again. But as I started to feel better, I started to feel this mix of dumb, mean, and paranoid. I didn't know how to explain it. Aaron hadn't spiked that water. He'd given it to me out of the kindness of his heart, and all the while I'd been half considering him a predator, like that wasn't somehow insulting to him. Aaron asked if I was okay, and what was going on that made my mood change on a dime, so I told him straight up. I was so terrified of being spiked that the second I felt unwell, I just assumed it was his fault, and he was some predator who played the long game and tricked me into drugging myself. And I apologized, like it was legitimately heartfelt, and said that I totally considered if he wanted to escape the psycho B-word that he'd met while he still had the chance. But Aaron did the typical Aaron thing and not only accepted my apology, but said that he'd be too scared if all he heard were men are bad horror stories from all those Netflix crime documentaries, which I'd mentioned being into, and I guess had fueled my paranoia a little. He was super understanding about it, but said I owed him a new first date because I'd ruined the first one by accusing him of roofying me. I agreed to what was a very fair point, and then right as I felt that first romantic spark between us, I saw someone walking over to us. It was the annoying, sweaty drunk guy from before, and not only had he heard Aaron using my real name, he'd heard him talking about our little date. Aaron couldn't see him, but I guess he had read my face when I realized who was walking over, and then by the time he turned, he only managed to get out a word before the drunk guy threw a punch. He might have been sloppy drunk, but the punch that he aimed at Aaron's face was both powerful and accurate. And that might make it sound impressive, but the sound that it made was disgusting, like a slap so loud that it sounded almost like wet. Aaron hit the dirt immediately. He was knocked out cold, and then the guy started talking. "Don't seem like no cousin to me, asshole," he said, all sloppy and all drunk. "You think I'm stupid or something, huh? Is that it? You think you're better than me?" And I remember yelling, "He can't hear you," at him, but the guy told me to shut up, and then, to my absolute horror, he put his sneaker right on Aaron's head, and then started leaning his weight onto that foot like he was trying to crush his skull. I ran over screaming for him to stop it, pushing the drunk guy off of Aaron before screaming at him to leave us alone. The guy took one look at me and then punched me so hard in the nose that it was immediately dripping with blood by the time I found my feet again. My whole face was on fire from the pain of having my nose punched like that. It didn't break, but holy hell did it hurt like a bitch, and checking it for blood distracted me long enough that I didn't see the drunk guy drop to his knees and start ground pounding on Aaron. That's what it's called, right? When one guy knocks the other down, then just starts punching him while he's done over and over to finish the fight? Well, Aaron was finished the second he got hit. All the guy was doing now was essentially killing him. And I ran over, shoving the drunk guy over, which was easier this time since he was on his knees already. And I've never fought a guy like that before in my life, and I definitely paid for it with a busted nose. But my God, did it feel good to get a few solid smacks in while he was down. I'm glad I did too, because the next second, he was up and had a hand around my throat. But it couldn't have been there for more than a second before someone noticed us and started yelling. The next thing I know, the drunk guy is throwing me to the ground, and by the time I got up again, I saw maybe 5 or 6 guys running over and pushing him off, saying, "You're hitting a girl, bruh? What is wrong with you, dude?" All that kind of stuff. The drunk guy threw a punch at one of them, then he took one back that knocked him on his ass. But the group showed restraint. They didn't mob him. Instead, one of them got the drunk guy in some kind of judo hold, like grabbing the guy's arm and pulling it, and then he was in way too much pain to do anything but lie there till security essentially showed up. And while security took care of the drunk guy, I asked the guys who came to help me to go get medical help, and they did. A few minutes later, a bunch of first aiders showed up as Aaron was starting to wake up, but by that point, his face was a total mess. The drunk guy had connected with a solid few punches, and his nose, eyebrow, and bottom lip were all bleeding pretty heavily. The medical folks got him on his feet, and then I accompanied him to the little medical tent where he got some basic treatment while being checked out for more serious injuries. It was almost 3:30 in the morning by that point, so Aaron had to call his brother over and over until he woke up. He really did not want to drive all the way out to that festival to give him a ride home, but the moment he heard how badly Aaron was hurt, he jumped out of bed and promised to be there within an hour. Aaron and I waited together on that dirt road that led to the site. Then not long after, his brother showed up, mad as hell about what had happened. We swapped cell numbers before they drove off. And the next day I spent almost the whole ride back texting with Aaron back and forth and arranging that date that I'd promised to let him take me on. And we've been dating ever since. In fact, Aaron is the longest relationship I've ever been in, and we're still going strong almost 3 years later. He sometimes makes fun of the way we first met. Like sometimes he'll bring me coffee and say something like, "Careful now, you don't know what I might have laced that with." But I take it on the chin because nothing worth having comes easy, and trust when I say, it's hard to come by. Over the past few years, lurking among the digital shadows of the World Wide Web, a predator had been exploiting the very platforms meant to offer comfort and community to those in need. It's a case so brutal, so calculated, that Hamburg's chief prosecutor would say the acts exceed human imagination. And while that might sound like hyperbole, the details you're about to hear will prove otherwise. This is the story of the Hamburg grooming case. Our story begins in the German city of Hamburg, but its reach stretches across the globe. Arrested in June of 2025, the perpetrator is a 20-year-old man known online by the pseudonym White Tiger. His identity remains a secret due to strict German privacy laws, but his actions are now infamous. White Tiger wasn't just any predator. He was methodical, sophisticated, and deeply insidious. He stalked anonymous online help forums and chat rooms, places designed to support individuals struggling with mental health issues. These were supposed to be safe havens. Instead, they became his hunting grounds. Posing as a sympathetic and similarly aged peer, White Tiger would initiate contact with vulnerable young people and would specifically seek out those already suffering with depression or other mental health conditions. Then, what started as feigned empathy turned into coercion, blackmail, and control. He'd slowly build trust, engaging them in conversation about their struggles, and then once he had them ensnared, the mask would slip. Once in possession of embarrassing or compromising information, the White Tiger would coerce his victims, some as young as 11 years old, to produce obscene or violent content. For example, he would force victims to send illicit or disturbingly violent photographs, which he then downloaded as trophies, which would facilitate further blackmail. So far, German police have identified a total of 8 confirmed victims, aged from 11 to 15. Each one was targeted because of how vulnerable they were before the White Tiger dragged them into a nightmare. Among them, 2 cases stand out for their particularly devastating outcomes. First, there was the 14-year-old girl from Canada who required hospitalization after enduring months of abuse. She survived, but the scars, both physical and emotional, will remain for the rest of her life. But it's the 13-year-old girl from the United States who suffered the most tragic turn of events. After being groomed horrifically over an extended period of time, the boy was coerced into prematurely terminating his own existence during a live-streamed video. The boy, who has never been publicly named due to his age, was already struggling with mental health issues. He turned to an online community for help, but the only thing waiting for him was a monster, one who recorded his death and kept the video as a trophy. Perhaps even more sickening is the fact the White Tiger's victims might number in the hundreds, yet these children aren't just statistics. They were kids seeking connection, understanding, and support. Instead, they found a predator who weaponized their trust and inflicted lifelong trauma. What makes this case even more disturbing is how the white tiger operated. He didn't just download his trophies for personal use. He live-streamed them on the dark web to broadcast his victims' suffering in real time, creating a grotesque spectacle users could relive over and over. And he wasn't acting alone. The white tiger was part of a larger, more sinister network known as 764, a vile group of online predators identified by the FBI as specialists in exploiting minors. This wasn't just one predator. It was organized abuse, perpetrated by people who share tactics and content across international borders. FBI Director Kash Patel recently called the network deeply disturbing, before stating that federal agents were investigating hundreds of cases tied to 764. On June 17th of 2025, and acting on a tip from the FBI, Hamburg police stormed an apartment somewhere in the city. Inside, they found White Tiger, who turned out to be a 20-year-old man living with his parents. The FBI's intelligence gathered from monitoring 764 and other similar networks was crucial, yet the arrest of the White Tiger was only the first step in delivering justice to his victims. In court, and despite the overwhelming evidence against him, White Tiger denied any and all wrongdoing, and as of June 2025, prosecutors are still finalizing charges while grappling with the international scope and sheer volume of offenses. The Hamburg grooming case isn't just a tragedy. For parents, educators, and policymakers, it's a stark reminder of the need for vigilance. It exposes how predators exploit the internet's anonymity to target the vulnerable, turning safe spaces into their hunting grounds. Children need to be taught the signs of grooming, such as extensive personal attention, requests for secrecy, or pressure to share explicit content, while adults must learn to monitor online interactions without stifling independence. Social media platforms bear some of the responsibility too, and can implement robust safety guards such as real-time moderation and anonymous reporting to detect and penalize predatory behavior. But perhaps the most critical lesson is the need for international cooperation. The group's leader was arrested in Greece, while another member was sentenced in Michigan, and many argue this is proof that cybercrimes demand a unified global response. The online exploitation of children might well span the globe and include hundreds of thousands of faceless victims and nameless perpetrators. But it's the singular personal stories that are somehow the most moving, such as those of the 13-year-old boy whose life was stolen, the 14-year-old girl who fought to survive, or the 6 other children whose trust was shattered. Their stories are a wound on our collective conscience, but they also offer hope. The arrest of the White Tiger and the dismantling of 764 show that we can fight back. Because in a world where predators hide behind screens, VPNs, and faceless avatars, vigilance is our strongest weapon. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, beware the Jizzler.